And I think that influences me in terms of how I think psychologically, that the vastness of the human soul, the vastness of the human condition, and to, as you were talking a moment ago about Renfrew Center, that idea that we'll just take them aside, as opposed to how do we expand, how do we increase all the possibilities of how we can live with our disorders and our pathologies and all those kinds of things. So that's part of where I come from, and I'll tell you a little bit more in a moment about how I became psychoanalyst. But I want to begin with a poem by Toni Morrison from the Song of Solomon. And I think as I read this to you and you hear this today, you will understand at the end of the day why I would have chosen her poem. She writes, "You think dark is just one color, but it ain't. There are 5 or 6 kinds of black. Some silky, some woolly, some just empty, some like fingers. And it don't stay still. It moves and changes from one kind of black to another. Saying something is pitch black is like saying something is green. What kind of green? Green like my bottles? Green like a grasshopper? Green like a cucumber? Lettuce? Or green like the sky is just before it breaks loose to storm? Well, night black is the same way. It may as well be a rainbow." The human condition is extremely complex, and is very multiple. And we as psychologists often have tried to reduce it into a cause and effect of behavior, rather than into the mosaic and the richness of the human condition. So, let me tell you, my first job out of college was on a Native American Indian reservation. I'm going to read a little bit something here about one of my first experiences. "Munyao, munyao, white man, the children screeched as I stood outside their home on the Meswikas First Nations reservation. As a community social worker, I had been summoned to investigate a child abuse allegation. I was 22 years old, and it had never occurred to me that day that the color of my skin was a thing, determining whether or not I would gain access to this home. The color of my skin spoke. It spoke of power and the potential to determine the future of this family. I didn't have the language at the time for what was happening. I only knew what I felt. I felt othered, I felt misunderstood, I felt frightened, I felt alone, and even mistreated. Over time, it became clear to me that on the other side of that door was a family that felt exactly the same. At the threshold of our vast differences lay the question, what will we do with or to the other, and should the door open? As I waited, flashing through my mind was the question, should I use my state-commissioned authority to enter without their permission? Or should I wait until the door opened and I was invited in? And if the door opened, I pondered, should I exercise my authority to remove the children with no question asked and get the hell out? Or should I stay, ask questions, and create conversations and collaborate a plan for the care of these children? As I'm reading this, I'm going, God, I was pretty smart at 22. I wish I was that wise now. Anyway, that's a little self-aggrandizement right there that I just indulged in. But I honestly I remember this as though it was yesterday. It was a powerful, powerful moment in my life. The door opened and our story began. We would spend the next couple of years together navigating our differences. As I continued to return, one day I noticed I did not hear the voice of the children yelling, "Munyao, munyao." Rather, it was the children themselves who opened the door and let me in. Slowly, we had moved from Munyao Indian First Nations to the use of our given names. As we came to know each other by name, we also grew to care for each other as we worked together to create a safer place. It did not go well, nor did it end well. But in the process, the family, along with many of the tribe, they became my first teachers about race, about power, about privilege, about hatred, and the fallacy of whiteness as a norm, and about the power of standing in my essential I. Whiteness, as I would later come to understand, as a fabrication benefiting the white race and devoid of any meaning other than maintaining power and privilege, had to be yielded, and it had to be reimagined. And yielding at the time came in the act of return. One of the lessons I learned was the importance of simply showing up. One morning, I received a message from the police that the children of the family that I had visited were sitting in a cell at a police station waiting for me to take them home. The children had been caught breaking into several stores the night before, and the police could not get in touch with their mother. The children had directed the police to call me. As we drove back towards the reservation, one of the children spoke up and said, "Roy, if you'd come see us more often, we would be better." Those words struck deep, and they've never, ever left me. That small child, speaking from deep within her heart, was very, very wise. For we all are made better when someone shows up. But how we show up, how we learn, is quite another question. Though, as I was wary of myself, I barely knew myself, and hidden in me, given my culture and privilege, was a deep bias of these indigenous people. So how would I show up? Did I feel comfortable enough in my white self to not abuse the power and privilege of my whiteness? Perhaps because of my idealism, if I did nothing else, I did show up and I returned. Then their acceptance of me over time challenged me to accept them as well. I believe it was they who initiated in me the idea that to be useful in the world, the best I can do is to be me and not try to be you or to attempt you to become me. This was a challenge to my previous understanding where difference was expected to accommodate to my whiteness or even to my religious tradition, conversion. You're not right, you need to be this, etc., etc. What I've learned is that in the grit of working through difference, misunderstandings, misrecognitions, where transformation takes place. One has to be located within themselves, their own traditions, culture, aches and pains of their own humanity, in order to be dislocated, upended through the genuine encounter with another, in order to be relocated into a new and more vital experience. I've been a decades-long student of philosopher Martin Buber, whose work entitled I and Thou is essentially a classic. A quick read of Buber often leaves the reader thinking the I-Thou encounter is simply a moment of meeting when two persons come to understand the other and tension is released. The I-Thou moment is actually based on difference. It's based on contrast. And it's predicated on the recognition of the other as different than, not the same as. An encounter is the act of living in the ache and the beauty of contrast. It is the move from using the other as an object for personal gain and power. It's the act of turning toward the other as a wholly other. Both words, W and H. It is the hope that these two separates can find a unity in contrast. So Brenda was my first teacher of showing up. My second teacher was when I first started my first practicum, actually. I don't know, I think that was, maybe it was internship, I don't know, whatever it was, my first patient. This first patient was in a low-fee clinic, and she had enough money to pay the highest fee of the low fee. And I felt really bad for her because I thought I should be paying her the high fee for my low services. But at any rate, she was my very first patient. And as I was telling a group yesterday, I actually think that we are at our best, actually, with our first patient. And why? Because we are really actually showing up. We don't know what the hell to do, but we are absolutely present in that moment. We are going to be there. This woman really helped me think something through, though, because I would go to class, and whatever technique I had learned that day, I thought, I'm going to apply this. So she sat there and just took shit from me. wow. And so you're all aware of the genogram, and we were doing genograms in my program, and I had, disrupted my family by doing my genograms. I thought, well, I'll disrupt this woman's life. Genogram on her. So I pulled out a whiteboard, and I pulled up, colors of markers and all that sort of thing. And she goes, put that away. And when you're ready to hear my story, I'll tell you. Powerful, right? Oh God. Now I have to sit back and listen. Then these two wise teachers of mine introduced me to the therapeutic awareness that to help others is a radical openness to oneself, my own vulnerabilities, thoughts, and affects in order to open and be available to the other. Change, I learned, would come not through my well thought out, perfectly timed interpretations or wisdom, but through suffering witness. And to be with another, I discovered required that I had to be with myself. I'm going to say a bit more about what I have now termed the essential I. And one of the things that I have discovered in my own life, as you've just heard, as well as doing tons of supervision of people, is how infrequent, actually, we show up in the therapeutic room. It is really hard to do that. And so we bring all of our techniques, if you will, and all of our wisdoms, our statements, our explanations, in a way to avoid the impact that the patient is literally having on our lives and the potential of change if we were to awaken and be a participant in that. I'm actually doing a online seminar on Friday that is a whole new thing I'm working on. It's entitled From Interpretation to Complex Dialogue. And whether you're an analyst or a behaviorist or whatever, we tell things to our patients. And yet, everything I've just told you thus far is they're saying, would you be with me in this place towards change? So, I'm going to start I've already started 100 times, but I'm going to I'm going to give you a bunch of little quotes of mine that are hopefully showing up in my next book, and that will shape for you what I want to bring to you today, and then we'll move through the core competencies ideas, actually. I'm sure Shayla would be so happy if you would buy my book. It means nothing to me, of course. But
They already bought from you.
Who what?
They already bought
Oh,
from
good,
you.
good. Yeah. Oh, you're going to pass these out instead? Okay. Perfect. But yes, so the book, yes, it's available in Shayla here from the Scholar Shop. I also want to mention Matt here. You'll see if you wander around his journal called The Inefficiency, and please take a look at that, and it's filled with good stuff. I think that's all the announcements. All right, so if you all have this, let's walk through it. Another thing I'd like to set up is a pedagogical idea for you. As we are students, so in a sense you're a student today of what I'm bringing, I would like to have you think a different way than how we are normally situated as students. And that is, as I've been speaking, what do you hear yourself saying? As opposed to, I have to get what Roy is saying, which of course I want you to, but what I really want you to do is to metabolize, right, what I'm saying. And to go, what is that sparking in me? What is that thought creating? How do I imagine myself expanding? And how does that hit me? I'll give you an example from years ago, Erwin Singer, who was a precursor to contemporary relational psychoanalysis, he used the word that hit me and it never left me, that when you sit with a patient, you have to attend to your viscera. So the word viscera, in many ways, has formed so many ideas that I have around psychoanalytic thinking. get into my gut. I've got to feel something before I can have a thought about it, right? And that our patients are coming to us and hitting us in our gut. And it's so hard for us to move from our head, right? We are so naturally defaulting to our cognitions all the time and having to cut off actually the affective state. So, so something maybe I will say today, or someone else in the room will say, and you'll go, oh, that really hit me. How do I want to work with that? All right. So here's some thoughts that I want to walk through with you and actually teach out a little bit as we do it. The first thing I've written down here is the patient knows themselves best. They just don't know they know. And they seek us out to help them know what they already know. If you think about that, that shifts your therapeutic stance dramatically already. You are not the expert of another person's life. You know that you have things in your own body, in your own heart, in your own soul that you know about it, but you don't want to know about it, right? You know you have a particular urge or a particular idea or a particular feeling. And that whole idea of repression and the unconscious is that I'm pushing it away because I'm not ready to have it or I don't know if I want it. The patient knows that as well. That's why they come to see us. So to think that we know the patient better than they know themselves is not true. And yet we're set up to think that we are, right? I know some of my friends in object relations theory feel like they know the mind of the other mind and are helping them find that mind. And so it's kind of the same, but it means more that my interpretation is the law, if you will, is the thing that works. It isn't. The patient knows themselves best. They just don't know they know, and they seek us out to help them know what they already know. The second thing about this model is we are conceived in relationship, we're formed in relationship, we're harmed in relationship, and we're transformed in relationship. Relational psychoanalysis challenges the myth of the isolated mind, positing that the organization of the mind is actually structured through interpersonal relationships. So we're not just trying to interpret intrapsychic material. The way that interpsychic becomes alive is through interpersonal encounter. The patient usually unconsciously finds their therapist through the therapist's vulnerability. That might seem like all of these lines can seem simple, but at this point I would say if you don't want to get stirred up a bit, get out of the business. Because the patient, like, is trying to locate themselves, they have to locate it in another person. So I think it's here. Where did I put it here? No. Well, the thing I want to tell you is that to grow our minds, we need the mind of another. And to grow our mind through another mind is going to create vulnerability, or asks the vulnerability of you. We have to accept the reality that we will do to our patients what has been done to them in the past. This is a pretty radical thought, so I want you to land there. I'm thinking, Jeremy, of our case that we worked with you recently. We don't do it in the same way. This is a tough one. This is really hard for us to grasp. I don't know if it's hard to grasp, but to accept, because we want to be the good object, right? We're the good parent. We're the one that is the loved one, which is not good to think that way, but that's how we are. But when I say here, we have to accept the reality that we will do to our patients what has been done to them in the past. In a subtle way, Jeremy, I'll just kind of work with it a little bit. We were working with a particular patient in domestic violence, who was a woman who continued to create relationships that were abusive. So Jeremy, of course, wants to be the loving, non-abusive therapist, right? But as we were digging around in the work that as it was unfolding, we were able to see that in his kindness, if you will, he was actually repeating an abusive kind of relationship. So how did that look? And Jeremy, you can jump in if you'd like. What would happen is, in typical domestic violence situations, there is an escalation, and then often the one who is the victim of the perpetrator tries to soothe and tries to say, oh, it's all okay, everything's fine. So what would happen in Jeremy's work with this patient is she would come in and unload and deregulate and dysregulate Jeremy and the whole relationship. That would happen. She would leave and then call and tell him what a good man he is. What a good therapist. And thank you for helping and all those kinds of things. Seems subtle, right? It seems like we could, even if we didn't have our good thinking hats on going, that's good for them. They're getting into the material, but then she reassures him. But think about that. That's exactly the cycle of her abusive life. He's not being abusive to her in the same way that perhaps her boyfriends and husbands have done. But the cycle has, and he is now participating in exactly the same kind of cycle of abuse. Is that making sense to you? Actually, I think I would like to stop there just for a moment before we go on through any more of those. And as I've been talking, what have you heard yourself saying so far? Comments or thoughts about that? Okay, I'll go on. I'll wake you Texans up eventually, I hope. So, the next one that I want to bring here is we also have to accept the reality that the survival strategies the patient has constructed to survive, we tend to mimic the same strategies in our intervention. Let me give you an example of how that just happened to me recently. I have a patient who, he's 75, I think, and he was born in yes. His parents during the Holocaust were in a refugee camp before they had immigrated to America, and that's where he was born, and they came here 2 years later. And he grew up in a community in New York City that was filled with refugees and immigrants. This man is a thriver. He's come to see me, and I'm going, this man has figured life out. He's got it all together. He's gone through a lot of hell. He's been in a 45-year marriage that has not been pleasurable, enjoyable in any way. His children don't like their mother, all these kinds of things. So we were in a session, and one of his primary defenses is he always fixes other people's problems. So one of the things that, and he's good at it. He's also a emergency doc who has fixed a lot of people and kept a lot of people alive over time, right? So he was telling me how sad he was that his children aren't in a very good relationship with their mother. And I got all interested in I started to ask him, what is that like? What's going on? All that sort of thing. And I go, and he was going to try to do something to help them get well and all that sort of thing. And in the middle of that, I go, wait a minute. I'm doing with you right now exactly what we're trying to work on. I'm trying to now help you fix the problem of your children and your wife. And so you could see that my defense against his grieving, against his loss, against how sad it is to be in a bad marriage, to have the sadness of his children, etc. I caught myself doing, let's just fix this. But then I caught myself going, and I said to him, I said, you know what? I was just going to say to you, I'm wondering how I can help you fix this. And I said, but isn't that just the problem right there? And so we also not only are going to do to our patients what has been done to them, we often then pick up the same defensive structures and we operate within the same way that they are in their world. Subtle shit, right? Really subtle. But that's the kind of listening and participating and attending, and radical openness is that I talked about, that we are hopefully going to grow in our time as we continue today. I can continue to go through these. In order to find our patient, we find them in ourselves, and that find tends to be most potent in our feeling self, and feelings generally, if not always, precede cognition. Yesterday, Matthew presented a case, and it was quite remarkable to me as we as a group continued to kind of bear down, and Matthew's absolutely outstanding willingness to be vulnerable. By his continued work at trying to locate his patient within himself, he got to a very significant place that allowed for him to identify with his patient in a way he hadn't been able to before. And so there is that sense that we had to keep finding his patient in you, right? In order for you to then know what is going on with the patient, and to open up the space for him to work with his patient in a way that was being cut off. As good as all of your minds are, the mind deceives if the gut is not given its due. This goes back to really attending to our patients through our gut rather than through our head. So I'm just reading this stuff off, right? But think about that. I'm telling you not to use your head. I'm saying, no, think about that, okay? But it's so fascinating to me myself, and also in hearing and supervising other people, is how the mind just keeps taking over and over and over. Yes.
I'm thinking, I'm a little slow picking up on how it's in my gut, but two things. One is, I tend to justify my approach or my actions by my intentions, and by that justification, I'm almost blind to the impact I might be having on the other person. And my situation was some years ago, not nearly as subtle and refined as yours, but I was working with a group of sexually abused women coming out of the hospital for transition, and one of the ladies was having a meltdown in the floor, writhing, screaming, and so on, and I wanted to comfort her, so I knelt down next to her and put my hand under her head, and all the ladies in the group said, Dr. Jaggers, do you realize that you're in the same position as her abusers? And that was one of the times that made me want to go, oh shit. My good intentions betrayed and blinded me to what I was really doing. And the other thing that scared me, one of the things you were saying about, I think, becoming, you didn't say it this way, you said it much more elegantly, becoming one with that other person. I hope you're going to address what happens to boundaries in that, because I have been in situations where my boundaries have been challenged, and it's scary.
Yeah. Well, I love both of those. So let's just talk to the first one, though. First of all, and then we'll go to the second one, where you said you're about good intention. I would say, well, that's why we have to be minding ourselves all the time. And so, I'll do it right now, but in this talk, I'm going to talk about radical openness. So in class, as we've all been trained, that we have to be radically open and non-judgmental towards our patients. No, never mind that. You have to be radically open to yourself, and then your patient will be fine. And so, because what happened is, I just used Jeremy's case, and then the case that you just brought to us, is the patient is wanting to pull us into the story. And we do begin to act as the patient is needing us to act in a way, right? And so you thought you were doing something good, and in a way, you might have been, is what I'm going to say, except that it wouldn't. sometimes we think that our goodness is the intervention, as opposed to, we catch ourselves and go, wait a minute, look what I just did. I got down here and knelt, and oh my God, that's exactly within the enactment of the story of your life. Then that's where the transformation takes place, right? Not in that you messed up necessarily, but oh my God, I messed up. What does that have to say about this story of your life, right? And I don't know what happened there, but probably there was shame. There was probably, oh my God, what have I done? I'm sorry, all that sort of thing. And the actual rich moment of, wait a minute, how did that happen? How did I do that? And what has this got to do with your story that just got repeated? That's really powerful to me, that what you brought to us, and how we can, that's what I'm saying, growing our interpretations into complex dialogue. We go, okay, that was really dumb, but I think it's telling us something. I think I really did get pulled on stage, and I'm in this with you now. Which takes us to your second part about boundaries. That if we are surrendering and positioning ourselves in such a way that says, what the hell just happened? What is going on here? Ethically, we are in a really safe place and a good place. I do believe that most of us in this room are probably fairly ethically sound. And I would say that most therapists are. I think it's only like 10% who actually are violate boundaries. I don't think it's real high. So it comes to, in my book, we talk about, we have a chapter on ethics. And one of the things that Brad and I come to is the ethic of integrity. So ethics beyond our guild, ethics beyond our traditions and guild. To this idea, and we use Buber and Levinas. If I sit before you, and I see you as a sacred object, I will be very mindful of not violating. If I see you as an object who I have to fix, or as an object of this, thus, or whatever, the chances of my violation are much higher. And so we, again, are such funny people, and we set up boundaries that are not thought, they're to keep us safe, not necessarily the patient. And we set them up in such a way that they're a rule that makes us nervous and anxious, as opposed to a human ethic of I am committed to not violating you, and therefore I'm going to think through out with you what happens when things are off base, right? I don't know if I answered that very well, but that's what I'm getting at. Go ahead, Matt.
And it feels like the acknowledgement, like catching yourself, and the acknowledgement is actually the beginning of creating something new. So much of the trauma, so much of those pains, like no one's admitting or talking about what I just did, right? So the, oh shit, I just did this, is typically something very new. But it takes a lot of courage and awareness and openness to even say, oh, look what I just did. Like we want to justify it, the shame, silences us, which is often a repetition.
Right.
That's what it feels like, is you're talking about not being a good object. But it's so hard for us to do that.
Yeah.
To catch ourselves.
It is. So, sir, what is your name?
Lee,
Lee. So what is your response to my response?
part of integrity, that is honesty in the presence of the other person is pretty valuable.
Thank you. 'Cause I want to play with that a little bit. I almost wonder that if we are not almost always ethically violating because we're not honest enough. with our patient. I read about a patient of mine who threatened to kill herself if I didn't go to bed with her. I was only in my first year of practice, and I was scared shitless. I was also a repressed seminarian.
Is there any other kind?
Oh, we got I don't know, but some of you might know the Penners. Well, they taught our human sexuality class, and they would show very erotic films. And so, it still cracks me up. So we were all watching this stuff, and we were all heated up, and we're all, class is over. And we all kind of silently walk out, but I turn to my friend Faith, and I say, "Want to go get a drink?" She goes, "Nope." Oh, but I'm also thinking now of Jeremy's class, when he was in class with me at Seattle School, and I taught a human sexuality class. At the end of her class, we all went downstairs and had a cigarette. What I'm saying is, our relationship got tremendously heated, and I moved further and further and further and further away from her. My dishonesty, my unwillingness to be with her was a violation. That's a boundary violation, actually. Although the state and the guild would say, "Good for you, you kept the boundary, you didn't abuse her, you didn't do anything like that." I was abusing her. I was withdrawing from her. And finally, she said to me, I was reading Searles, thank God, who a woman had come to see him for a session, and she says, "I'm done with you. You don't even like me, so I'm done with you." And he says, "Oh no, come on in. Let's talk this out." She says, "No, done." And then he writes, he goes, "She made the best decision of her life. She knew me better than I knew myself." Right? So I'd been reading that, and my patient comes in, she goes, "I swear to God you're asexual." And that kind of woke me up a little bit, because I didn't want to be that. And so I said, actually with you in this moment, in this space, I think I am. Because I'm scared to death of your threat of killing yourself if I don't go to bed with you. Right? Everything settled down, and we were able to begin to do better work, right? So I was in violation, frankly, in my dishonesty. I had the privilege, 25 years later, actually, we met again, and she brought it up. She says, "It must have been so hard for you, because I wanted you so badly." And I said, "And yet you really didn't want me at all." And she says, "I never thought about that, but I didn't want you that way." And so again, you see by participating in the act, we're pretty unlikely to violate a boundary. But the more we remove ourselves from the interaction, the encounter with our patients, I think we're at high risk. Why don't we all take a stretch, and then we will continue on. And is this a good time to check their tires to see if they've been marked?
No, we're good till 12.
Early.
What's that?
It's 10:10. I think if you got here at 8, you're only 2 hours. But if you got here close to 9, you're just.
Okay, so let's take a really quick stretch break, and then continue on.
Okay. How are they doing? I couldn't. How are you?
Doing fine. Thank you.
Yeah? Yeah. That's good. I'm a small meter. My dad is my grandma. Are you? Yeah. Yeah, it is a small one. It's up in Artery, yes. I run a counseling center now, and I've got about 15 staff. It depends on the month and the year. About 15 staff. Working a little bit. Institute and I'm kind of their point to like air this type of it's so cute. It's good. Good, yeah. Yeah, I'm not one of my books is out there. I'm writing kids stuff over here. But anyway. Maybe, we'll see. I'm working with it. No, I'll look and see. Yeah, I'll look. Yeah. I would love that. That'd be good. Are you enjoying retirement? Yeah. Good? Yeah. Yeah, my parents are kind of there too. It's really good.
I have a little ottoman. I'll bring
And then a couple of years later, I because the funny thing was like, like, you know, and I heard that voice.
She's our task on tonight too.
As soon as you find something, they're always.
Yeah. Okay, good. Good. No, I gotta go. Thank you so much. Good idea.
Yeah, I love it.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. I know, right? Yeah. Those are very helpful. Yeah, I'm so glad you're here. Yeah. Good, I'm gonna go to the restroom.
These trips to places and all of them.
My drink down there. Do you see like a teal cup? I may have moved it. It's over here. It's over here. I'm finding it. Thank you. I'm gonna move for a little bit. I just got a text.
There you go. Yeah. Go on. He's rich.
What about levels. Somebody asked me one time, what's
So she grew up in Marshall. I guess if you know the ties.
No card, but I've got this.
Anyways,
Got my
those are the key to make it.
Yeah,
You never know.
true.
I grew up in Carlton.
Oh,
I'm like somewhat involved in my community, a lot more now.
yes. They both teach other things. He is baseball. Actually, I feel like she was the 18th. She was my cheer coach, actually. And he was coaching the baseball team. He used to do around
Okay. Yeah. It seems like most of the faculty now are
Do you plan on staying?
absolutely. The relation, it seems like that's still in the
My dad grew up in Montana, so I'm not sure if you guys
How are you?
It's grown up. Maybe later.
That was like a great, did y'all come together?
Okay. We have a practice just down the street. Yeah. We have a
We've all
lot
got to school together.
Yes.
We work together.
A lot of our
Oh, yeah, me too. I went years ago. I'm older. My name's Michelle. So, it was fun. I went I really liked there were like 2 minutes. Yeah. Back in the day. So that's cool. I had several staff members. Y'all would know Sparks. Oh, yeah. He works for me. Where do you work? I'm community council, associate of the. Yes. So, she's coming back. She's back, right? I think she's coming back. She's coming back. She has a weird thing where like, I think she went to the assembly school. It's the only school that lets you do that. Like, so there's one university sometimes that's into this. They'll let them start practicum before they're really done with their coursework, and then they'll get caught. They'll have started practicum and then not be able to. So then they'll take a break and then they'll come back. Hopefully she comes back. I don't surprise her. My assistant director is surprised with most of the practices. I really love it. We were on the same day started at 30. Whatever y'all were Oh yeah, very cool. And it was really close together.
Yeah, it's just got 16.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, I worked at William Joseph. I saw that coming in. I was like, I put these neighborhoods. Do you do one outdoor, like, do you do equine too, or is it mainly just hiking? I did a lot of that during COVID too. We had it celebration. I had like some police officers do those things go not go, and I didn't want to be indoors. But really, when the spike was first started, so yeah. It is lower. I have kind of a speaker voice, so I can do it. Other than that, it's good. Yeah, I was like, less busy. The kids were all laying in the they're going to school online. Very cool. I wonder if some of y'all talking. he was there, I taught classes with him.
No, we were just talking about, none of us had him.
He would have been gone, but
Okay, so my house is like stone's throw.
yeah, he taught spiritual education.
So yeah, I'm right behind, there. I'm on the other side of,
It's a very I did not, but I didn't know I was a professor, so I was TA and some of the professors taught it better. So I would take some of my classes at Criswell and some of them at Dallas, and I actually didn't finish that way. I was single and like, I ended up finishing pursuing the part of a PhD. Yeah, Dallas was good classes, like getting out of that was gonna be, and I was a religion major at Baylor. So I was even, I had some of the same textbooks. So at that point I was like, yeah, like for me to take systematic theology 1, 2, and 3 again with the same textbook, like I think I finished so,
really, I moved to Berlin.
but the department of Austin, back when I was there, it was like almost a merge of like a master's in counseling having combined. It's more integrative now. Your course is like I don't work with firefighters. You work with firefighters? Yes, I work. 1%. Oh, they must have changed the way they did it. Because like one was the Father, two was the Son, and three was the Holy Spirit. So how would y'all know?
Very different.
Eschatology. I was in there, but it was not there.
You have to start deciding, you're like, okay, this semester, where do I want all my knowledge to go? Because like, it's overwhelming when you're taking my theology class. I want to learn different things. So my brain is
Yes, when you do academic psychology and theology, like I did that straight kind of bad in my classes a little bit.
yeah, it's just like, there's so much
And he likes his spotlight.
great experience.
Well,
I don't know, I'm a designer now.
You go to Dallas as well or somewhere else?
I'm currently at
You're going to Mount Pleasant and that campus, yeah. It's grown a lot since I was.
They're putting a lot of dollars.
Yeah. Now, are you with counseling? So are you working on your master's or your bachelor's there? Do they have a master's in counseling now? Oh, that's new too, yeah. So maybe it's just kind of getting off the ground, yeah.
They're just now getting to take up on it or whatever.
Oh, and stuff, well, and that matters, all matters. I mean, my school didn't have that. You still practice, insurance, all that stuff. And most of us go on and do amateur work anyway.
he got wrapped up in my stuff.
Well, that's awesome. So yeah, how close are, when you're, like, I was about to ask that, where are you practicing?
So our first semester we have to do our
Okay. Oh, yeah. And then after that, you'll expand?
Yeah, we can, or right now there's like 30 student waiting lists.
I was about to say that it's probably enough to me on the university campus, because I know Colin has a huge, they were asking me a little bit about that. So, in fact, some of my staff have gotten full-time positions and associates. And they used to not hire associates to Colin, university, she comes in and doing everything.
We just opened a Tyler campus too for counseling.
Oh, good. Oh, that's great. I'm glad to know that. I'm really glad to know that. I get it because I travel and speak around the country. I come to business now. So I get asked for counseling for like in the East Texas area. Oh, that's good. It's just you like it's the
Yeah, I love counseling.
Yes, I'm
My class.
Here and there. Well, that's why I was wondering where they draw from. I'm like, I teach in some universities. Where they draw professors from?
So we have one who's like our clinical director and that's internship. She was a clinical director.
Okay.
Another one he got his doctorate. The other two guys.
Well, that's interesting, because at East Texas Baptist, I would think it would be more, the professors would have more integrated educational experiences.
Not a lot.
Yeah, Yeah, so you're not really getting how to integrate, you're just getting the straight LPC requirements. You're not getting a lot of how to integrate faith into
They're doing a
practice.
lot of that informally, but not with the curriculum.
Okay. How do they do it formally?
Just like, so our program's super small, so we have a lot of fun.
Okay, so there's a mentorship opportunity.
And
Okay.
our students are like, most students are.
I just think it's hard if there's not some curriculum. Like, when my staff start, they have to, no matter where they come from. Now, some of us have been to like Dallas and had some of the books, but I have like friends that they have to mostly practicum, so they know how to really integrate, like solution-focused pastoral counseling, some things like that, so they really know how to integrate.
We take one integration
Class, that's your elective.
It is, yeah, it's either that or child.
Child
And they
now.
have an offer of child now. It's our one elective.
That's the one elective. And, that's interesting. Do they offer any CDs for you guys, like some continuing ed? Reach out to them just to let them know when I'm doing stuff. Like, because I do a lot of stuff with the hospitals. I'll come in and do like continuing integration. Now, for them, usually sometimes I'll do like integrated faith. I mean, integrating spirituality. I wouldn't call it faith necessarily. But I'm thinking about doing something like just on my own. Do you live up in that area? Do you live in Marshall or is that? Did you grow up in East Texas?
Yeah, I grew up.
Yeah. Did you say Halston? Yes. Yeah, being from Mount Pleasant. I was on the tennis team, so we played like Hallsville, Atlanta, all the little.
It's my parents own a business in Marshall. I run that.
Well, that's cool. I'm Michelle. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yes, I'd like to take advantage of all this.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Well, honestly, you'll learn the most from this, more than you'll ever learn from the coursework. That's why I tell my staff, like, we own, like, PPSI has a really good online coursework. So we buy that course, so my staff and my staff have access to our registry. They can't get their Cs, but they don't need it in the practice sessions. But like DBT therapy, they'll get some of the more non-integrated therapy. Scott Ben, does the affair repair training, stuff like that. So we have like a whole we have a good place there for class because they do fit and things like that. So they can kind of pursue as much as they have. And I will buy anything for them they want. I'm a community counseling associate here.
Oh, cool. Is it like
It's out of the like about 10 miles. Yeah, and then we have one. We used to have it. We used to have all this thing for Scott too. But as I began to publish, but I've been doing this about 2 years. I just designed practice image towards private practice and being able to integrate faith. I love that. So I couldn't do that in public school per se, but cool, nice to meet you.
Oh, it's the efficiency. Yeah, so sorry.
Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did. And I've only done one. I was gonna. At the time, I was doing psychology and I felt so a lot of them in one ad and sexual innuendo. It just was like, I don't like. But what else is that isn't? I mean, I'm using it now, so I was like, I'm gonna create something. They got me all the ads and stuff, and I was like, this is all it was, yeah. And then they had this like, I enjoy it a lot. It's really
It's been forever. Yeah, seeing everybody.
All right, we can get started.
So did you go to Dallas too? I thought you had Oh yeah, when did you be there?
I like driving on this stuff.
Oh, no, I was there. That's what I was saying. Like, I Todd was there.
Every time I buy it, I'm like,
My mom, not but then some staff, oh, you were there. I was just
I do like that part. And I like that.
all the days we're together. I know, it's the best.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you fellow? I miss Alice.
I'm still
I'm so glad I picked it up too.
It's new.
All right, folks. Yes, thank you.
Like herding cats.
What is your name?
When's the baby due? So you got a little bit, yeah. There you go.
Any other?
All right, everybody. Hope you had a good stretch. Reminder: bathrooms in the back, coffee's in the back if you need. Excuse me. Shayla is in the back too to get you registered, get your CEUs or CEs. Excuse me. For you, parkies. It's about another hour and 15 minutes.
Perfect. You just signal me and we'll do it right.
All right, sounds good. And do you need the video on soon?
Soon.
Okay. I'll get you. So
you,
lovely to
Michael.
have you. Keep bringing it.
So I was informed over break that I am not visually stimulating. So the fact that I could come and stand before you once again, I think says something about my ego strength. So I will try, I can't do anything about that. But Michael does not think I'm visually stimulating. And there's no context around that. Just what it is. Okay?
Context doesn't matter.
You need a Wisconsin.
Yeah. So the other thing I want to say is I want to, I really need to connect in order to perform, if you will. And And I'm feeling I'm a little dead. I'm not into this. And so I've been thinking, I'm into it, but I don't know how to bring you into it. And so I want to reset our time. So what have you just noticed I've done? You know, you're not going to tell me, so I'm going to tell you. What I just did is this, is I brought myself to now, right? That first hour wasn't enough of us together. There was some sort of disconnect. So then my mind goes, how am I going to work with that? How am I going to do that? It didn't help that I was told I wasn't visually stimulating, but I'm trying to get over that a little bit. So I want to do two things, and one is I haven't heard from you at all. I can't function that way, right? So I want every one of you to tell me your name and what I need to know about Texas. All right? So we'll start with Matt.
I'm Matt Inman. I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
Not really, but what do you need to know about Texas?
No, what do you want me to know? Different question. And we don't have a lot of time.
Maybe I need to. Yeah.
All right, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, like yeah, Toni Morrison. That Texas gets lumped into this like one thing, and there's many things.
Yeah. Good.
I'm Lee, I'm from New Jersey. I got to Texas by way of California. And I have a hunch that you know a lot more than I know you know about Texas.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, my next. I'm Amy. I'm also not from Texas. I'm trying to think of something I would like you to know. There are two seasons, hot and holler.
I'm Jenna. Are you familiar with homecoming mums?
Oh.
Okay, so homecoming during football season, we have these
Oh,
giant flower
Giant.
ribbon bells. It goes over your shoulder. You need to Google it. Homecoming in Texas.
Okay.
Yes.
Of course it would be big, right?
Oh,
Because it's
absolutely.
Texas.
Yes.
Okay.
Hundreds of dollars. Absolutely ridiculous. Goes in the trash.
The guys
That's
are
right.
not
The
left
guys
out.
have one on their arm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I'm not sure anybody needs to know about
And Nick.
I'm Nick, and I think I'm learning about Texas with you because I am all transplanted.
Ooh.
So
And whatever you served me last night was just mighty fine. I'll have more.
I'm Amanda, and what I want you and everyone to know is that there is more natural beauty in Texas than you would realize. There are nice outdoor spaces. It may not be Seattle, but there are some nice ones.
Wonderful.
There's a homecoming mom.
That is tiny.
That's actually a man's garter. So that's not even what a woman would wear.
There you go.
Still small. Still small. It's not even a double mom.
Wow.
We don't have much room for subtlety.
Do you grow mums here, or do you have to import
Oh,
them?
they're fake. It's not a real flower. They're just
Ah. Okay. Because if we have one, I thought it would be an important line. Okay. Yes.
Me?
Yeah.
My name's James, and for all their superiority, I think Texans are also really kind.
It's really what?
Really kind.
Oh, yeah, I find that already.
Yeah.
Ty, and yeah, I think a lot of Texans don't realize that the rest of the South is pretty similar to Texas.
Ah.
Like,
How dare you? What is this?
Yeah. I think I get it. Yeah, you, yeah.
I'm Jan, and
one of the things I want you to know about Texas is that it has bluebonnets in the spring.
Oh.
And it looks blue. And so you drive and you see blue.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm Caroline, and I want you to know that I think that you could ask 1 million people what they think about Texas, and you'll still never know all of it.
That's good.
I'm Hope. I'm not from Texas. I'm getting to know Texas. And I think it's weird that you can see a cactus and like an oak tree or a maple tree in the same yard.
Okay.
Because of the climate.
Good.
I'm Jess, and I'm actually from Cuba, California, and been in Texas. I guess we're starting to even out the amount of time I've been here versus other places. I really love the hot and hotter comment, except sometimes it gets cold and I'll say Texans don't know how to deal with snow or rain.
Yes.
So that's my observation.
My name is Jeremy, and as someone who lived in Seattle, I think one of the things that was helpful for me, because when I talk to Texans about Seattle, they say, don't you hate the rain? But in Houston, there's more inches of rainfall than Seattle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, yearly. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's don't tell anybody.
I know.
My name is Angel, and let's see, something about Texas. I guess back to the weather thing, we're in what I like to call the unpredictable season. Because it could be 40 today and 80 tomorrow, and then we could have snow or not, or hail, who knows. Winter just does whatever it wants in Texas, so yeah.
There you go. Good.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Sarah. If it is hot outside, which is almost always, if you're out there for more than 5 minutes, get ready to smell like a wet dog.
I bet, that's true.
I'm Taylor. Everyone has covered a lot of things from like the weather and the mums and everything. So I'm from the country in Texas, so I would say that we have a lot of wild hogs that run rampant across the state. And so, yeah.
Michael?
I'm Michael, and I'm gonna cry, so I'll just put that out there. That was my son's mom. And one of the things that people need to know about Texas is not only is the human condition complex, so is Texas. Texas is a horrible place to be queer. But my son, as a gay man, was homecoming king yesterday. And that was his mom.
Oh, okay, let's see it again.
A precious place that is also a very hateful place and treacherous. And a queer kid can be king too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I'm Paul. I moved here 6 years ago, and I was shocked at the pathological fear of snowflakes.
That's great.
If someone just says the word snowflake.
Great.
No food at the grocery store anymore.
Yeah. Water. Oil,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Water.
Yeah.
I'm Mick, and to piggyback off of Michael, I want you to know we're not all bad. Not all bad.
I'm Ryan, and I didn't hear the prompt because I was making coffee.
All right.
Oh, we've been talking about Texas.
I'm Hannah, and at the state fair we have butter sculptures.
Okay. When do these
this
happen?
big too.
Butter skull.
Seriously,
Like when do
state
you?
fair.
Yeah.
State fair is 3 weeks in September. In Fair Park downtown, it's like a big deal.
But wouldn't they melt? Oh, you cheated. Okay. Minneapolis has snow sculptures, and they don't have to do anything about that. They just don't have to do anything. Yeah. Shayla.
I'm Shayla, and we don't all ride horses and wear cowboy boots.
Oh,
Or
that's sad.
No, but I have 6 or 7 cowboy boots.
You what?
I mean, I have a pair, but
I have about 6 or 7 cowboy boots here.
And let's just stop there for a moment and give Shayla a hand because she has put all this together.
I'm Michelle. I'm California born. I always say in Texas raised, but
Yeah, you don't sound Californian anymore.
yes. And I would say something that is interesting about Texas: if there is the threat of bad weather, we will close down our schools.
Okay.
And everything. Yes.
Well, I'm Sharon from Texas, and I think one thing that you should know is that Dallas is very different from Fort Worth. And it's like you go through a time warp when you drive, you know, between one to the other. And they don't like us, and we really don't like them. We're snooty, and they're like hicks, so. And now
And you were saying that Texas is kind. Not among themselves.
Fort Worth, so we have that going all the time.
Okay. That's great.
I'm Smith. Came to Texas via Kentucky, Ohio, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Washington, Spokane.
Okay.
And wherever else I've been since then. Yet Texas is a very enthusiastic state.
That's a very
That's a good for you all. That's wonderful. Seattle, we're just all drugged up on caffeine.
Yeah.
I don't know what we have. Go ahead.
I'm Stephanie, and I think that if you're in Texas, you should know that if someone says, "Bless your heart," it is not a compliment.
Okay.
Or a blessing.
Right. It is not a blessing.
All right, that's helpful.
I'm Mary Helen, and my great uncle started Austin City Limits. And the first time I smoked weed was with him and Willie Nelson. That was the only time I ever did it too.
Yeah, I saw the eyes there.
Mary Helen went to seminary too.
And my dad's a Baptist minister.
All right.
I'm Michael. I guess you should know that if it does snow/ice, regardless of the size of your truck, no one knows how to drive it.
Yeah. We have the same thing we never get snow in Seattle either. And it's so hilly that when it snows, the city does shut down. It has to, because it just doesn't work, but yeah.
I'm Tiffany, and I'm going to state the obvious. Texas is a really big place.
Yeah.
I saw a map. It was on Facebook, so I don't really know how accurate this is true. But it overlaid like a nighttime shot of DFW over the outline of the state of Connecticut.
Yes.
And it fit. DFW and the state of Connecticut. So it's like a really big place.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Carissa. Okay, I have 2 things. One,
We only asked for one.
I know, I'm gonna break the rules a little.
Okay.
Also, something you should know about Texas women.
We are situated, so it's a 3-hour to either coast, which is lovely for traveling.
Yes.
We do travel.
Yes.
And then
Uh-oh.
Lady Bird Johnson intentionally seeded along all highways
I
with
know, bless her
wildflowers.
heart.
Bless your heart. And also when you're driving the highways
Yeah.
in the spring, it's beautiful.
Yes.
Wildflowers.
Well, that, and she also got rid of those big signs along the freeways.
Billboards.
Those big signs. So that was a gift as well.
Yes. Agreed.
Yeah. You guys have stuff, that's for sure. Politics and all.
I think what's important about Texas is that it is so large, like larger than every European country. So you can have kind of whatever you want. You can be in the center of Houston and be more diversified and things, or you can go out, I think, like our friends, and be in the country and things like that. And we also coined WhatsApp Doc. Just saying.
Oh, there you go. How about that? What's up, dog? Go ahead.
Well, I'm Marty, and just another trivia thing here about Texas. There's a place in South Texas called King Ranch. It's an actual working ranch. It is larger than the state of Rhode Island.
Wow.
Rhode Island being just over 1,200 square miles, and King Ranch is around 1,300 square miles.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Where did I don't know if any of you all are into Yellowstone, where they kill people, like, it's violent, it's horrible. I absolutely love it. And it's the 2-hour special with Sunday night coming back on. Anyway, I fell on a ranch in Montana, and I thought that the largest ranch in the country is in Montana, but it might be Texas.
Surely it's
Well,
It's
it-
Texas.
Surely it's Texas. Never mind, it's Texas. Got it. All right, Matt.
Hello everyone, I'm Matthew. Start with Matt, and Matthew, I feel like it's a complete circle. There we go. I think the thing I would say is we don't travel by miles, we travel through time. And so it's about a 30-minute drive to 3 hours. It's not like the miles. Tell me miles, I'm not gonna know anything about it. Tell me time, okay, I know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say about Texas for sure.
King Ranch still holds it, still the largest as Google, and is 825,000.
In where?
I know
Rhode
it's-
Island.
it's near It's South Texas. All I know is we passed it on the.
Oh, it's in
radio.
Texas, okay, all right, you
Yeah.
win, of course. Why did I even think? Yes.
Of course, I just wanted to make a comment if I could.
Yes.
I was noticing how much different it felt from the first hour when you asked for feedback and it was silent, and you said, I'll give you Texans a chance to wake up, versus now when you said something was out of sync and I want to do something different. And it felt very different.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for recognizing that. And what I want for you to see in that as well, thank you. I feel more
demonstration
with
of
you,
what you're talking about.
and hopefully you feel more with me. But therapeutically, I had to bring myself into it, right? I had to say to you, I'm not feeling it. And so often we are stilted in the therapy room, right? We're so scared. We know something's awry, like we weren't quite dancing yet, right? And it was my responsibility to do something about that, because I'm the one in the front of the room, or I'm the therapist in the room, to bring something of the experience into the room so it can be played with. So that's just what we did and had fun with. Is also a very profound therapeutic idea. So I'm going to do number 2, but Jan stopped me at the break and she said, "What was that word tell the group what you said."
Oh, I said, what is the word that you said in between? And I read you a sentence, if I see you as, and the word was other.
Yeah.
Then I'm more likely to validate you.
Right.
And I don't always see you as other.
Right. We
I
often
mean,
see it.
I see you as other, but I don't always see you, I don't always validate you.
Right.
Because I don't see you as sacred.
Right. We objectify our patients, right? They are a patient to be fixed, a patient to be given something. And as long as we are in that particular stance, we are at high risk of objectifying them, right? And in objectifying, we are potentially harmful. Which brought me to, Kim, I don't know if you know the writer, Braiding Sweetgrass by Kimmerer. She's a Native American Indian writer. And she writes this about the very thing we're talking about. She has a keen interest in how language shapes our reality and the way we act in and towards the world. In a Yes Magazine article, she points out how calling the natural world it absolves us of moral responsibility and opens the door for exploitation. Isn't that a powerful idea? When we it something, it becomes something we can use rather than be a part of. And we risk exploitation and lose our moral responsibility. So that also goes back to this whole idea of ethic, that if you are a sacred other rather than an it, I have a whole new moral responsibility to you. And to stop objectifying nature, Kimmerer suggests we adopt the word key, a new pronoun, which we know is everywhere, so we can do that now, to refer to any living being. We adopt the word key, a new pronoun to refer to any living being, whether human, another animal, a plant, or any part of creation. The plural, she said, would be kin. According to Kimmerer, this word could lead us away from Western culture's tendency to promote a distant relationship with the rest of creation based on explanation toward one that celebrates our relationship to the earth and the family of interdependent beings. Isn't that a lovely concept for us as we think about, in my language, intersubjectivity that we'll be talking about as well. Her name again? Her name is, Robin Wall Kimmerer, Kimmerer, and Native American. I thought she's from Oklahoma, but she's also a part of the school up in the Northeast. And one of her books is Braiding Sweetgrass. All right, so I want to do one more thing, and that is, I would like for you to divide into groups of, well, you're at a table. Anybody at a table is a group, and you guys could be a group, you guys could be, just divide naturally. And I want to give you time to talk among one another, and you have an assignment that I want you to talk about what have you felt so far in this seminar, and in that feeling, what have you learned? And then each table will present one thing. I know it'll be hard for especially original Texans to only come up with one, but give it a whirl, see if it actually works. But I want you to talk among yourselves. What has this experience been like so far, and what have you learned that would be is helpful for you either as a clinician or as a human being? So I'll give you a few minutes to do that, and then we'll proceed with the work. So divide it up to your groups.
You're supposed to do it for me. Okay. That's it.
I'll pay him all the flags. He's obviously right.
Yeah.
Take a lead.
So we went to the bar yesterday.
That's something you just don't go there. Because I think there's also so lower expectations, there's that, but also like but whether I feel in our office or outside that, have to see if that isn't always. I know there are, I know that's a mess. Like, I gotta get my walking around. Probably at the time. There's right? It's not like so that's things like my feeling stuff. How did we do that?
was beautifully made. It's just there's so much more.
That
People that
that image I also think back to like my first like and you know
That's the
that's
call, that's
the
something,
other
that's the way
place,
it's-
and that's how I think they often take validation and so move away from that of like, yes, I believe that's like the gift of just getting to I say it is almost like that dance. There's I think the days like that's how I teaching and things like and it's funny but it's always there's one different girls that I'm trying to do here and so validation is one thing
It's about how there's some days you feel into therapy, like for me, it's just like this time I took my kids and I thought about my future and marriage and all this stuff, and just like this is your life. Kind of just see into very stuff. No, I'm gonna let myself share that. That feels like I think society about the vulnerability that I have. So it usually takes me that present than to just be in my head. I want that. I want the protection to this also. I think I do. But there's also the feeling of humanity that's going to cost me even my own marriage. But I think it's
Not knowing, but even kind of speaking, like the very high is gratitude for my education. There's always been intuition, relativism, like in kind of grieving a little bit. I'm glad, but also like that's why it's like I'm so like this other one thing that's come up is to be able to spend it's not just and I feel like it's Texas, you know, how many even like for me not how many of us are the same. Yeah, we just want to let you know what's in this room. Yeah, like we want or that we don't know. You know, just something like there's something about there's a lot. And I don't know what to do with that. And so in the same way, you probably there's something about how we refer to food. We were showing them
so that I could be a good direction.
Okay, I'll give you another minute and as a group to decide what you want to bring to the larger group as a learning point.
It's great. Especially, I read kind of package it to show why
Sometimes I can
sometimes just shows itself to my patients what it's not just
Number one, and more than just so
not me and
and then we can talk about it.
but here the intent was
And it's actually really helpful.
yeah, rinse and repeat.
And I was like so freaked out. I was like, oh my god, like,
And once again, this is about that openness to
Okay. Let's come back together.
which was quiet, right?
It's a nice merited expertise.
So there's the gap, you know, but it's making us look.
All right, let's come back together. So why don't we start with the group at the back? What is something that you all talked about that you've learned thus far and want to share with the group?
We talked about several things, but we kind of landed around the mind deceives if the gut is not given its due.
Can you say it again?
The mind deceives if the gut is not given its due. And
Yeah.
the amount of work that we can do to disown or ignore our own gut
Yep.
and stay in the head, and how exhausting that is versus living and working from within that,
Yeah.
and how energizing that can become.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. This group.
Is there a hard boundary? Okay, all right, I'll share first. So I would say the general feeling is mixed, very mixed. So it's unsettling, and we're trying to sort out if that's maybe a good thing or not. And a lot of newer clinicians in our group, and so there's like, how do we undo what we've just been given as students, like all of it. And so I think there's also the kind of what Hope brought at the end was, and trying to find an openness to, and that's where I am for now. Trying to settle into being really unsettled.
Yeah. Well, and what I want to say is that first story I told about my patient who said, put it all away, she was actually saying to me, I don't know what your education is, but be here. And so what I want to tell you is listen to your patient. Like, of course I want you to listen to me, right? And what I have to say, but listen to your patient, listen to your gut, and listen to, the patient will teach you how to be with them. Another patient said to me one time, because they knew I was going on for my PhD, and she said, I hate your fucking PhD. It's ruining our relationship. Right? Because, and for good reason, because what I did is I kept withdrawing. Education is absolutely essential, but it can also be a killer. Like when I was in seminary, I was a better writer in seminary than I was in my doctoral program because I had to change my whole way of doing my writing. It had to be scientific, it had to be research, it had to speak to the academy as opposed to the people with whom I had my heart with, right? And so listen to your patient. And also I would say, what happens when we're scared and defensive, we start battling with difference rather than listening to our patient, listening to our gut, and saying, how can these differences be, how can contrasting ideas be put together, if you will? Because I think why we end up with fundamentalisms and object relations camps and all these other camps is out of fear, not out of inquiry, right? So be an inquirer and listen to your heart and to your patient. Yes, what did this group learn?
We kind of talked around similar themes, but one of them was kind of the idea of radical openness, and that in order to actually fully be honest with our patients and their experience, we have to be honest with ourselves and what we're experiencing too.
Yeah.
And just the fear of like, shit, am I enough as a therapist?
Mm-hmm.
Or what if they discover me to be an imposter? Or even, I think in some ways I can get in a mode of coming to therapy to escape my life and just enjoy theirs, and
Good for
cool,
you,
I can set
good
that
for you.
aside and then realize like, if I'm actually gonna have to be here and show up and be me, do I actually know myself well enough to, can I recognize when I'm feeling disgust or fear or something like that as I'm trying to be with someone else, then just escape into their world
Yeah,
too.
that's good. Another thing that we've been taught is that we can only take our patients as far as we've gone ourselves. That is really in the water. That's nonsense. Because that assumes that I can get somewhere and be fixed, right? And like a patient said to me one time, he said, I have this idea that you have a really lovely life. And that because you're a psychologist, that you know how to act relationally, you know when to say things properly. And I said, and wouldn't that be tragic for you? That if I was fixed, then I wouldn't be able to know how to be with you. And he said, I never thought of that. But it's, to be human, it'd be dreadful to be fixed, right? I would be outside of then real living. And so I believe that I've actually taken patients further than I can go myself on certain things. But because I'm willing to surrender and recognize, I know that about myself, I know what my limits are, I know I can't do what this person's going to do even though I've helped them go there, then I'm not standing in their way of getting there. Yes, Michael.
Is that similar to the idea that our patients grow us?
Yeah, absolutely. And which brings us to a concept of mutual recognition. That it's a very powerful idea, but I've also now been reading Fanon and also just interviewed Stephen Knobloch in his new book, where he talks about Fanon's work on race. So the idea of mutual recognition, and why I say all that, is there's also this beauty of non-recognition. So let me tell you first about mutual recognition that Benjamin, in many ways, has done, where one of the best gifts that we give to our patients is not only that we see them, but that we acknowledge when we've been seen by them. I mean, isn't that, when you think about that, you never want a one-sided relationship, right? You want to know that you've been seen and recognized, but you are more alive when you go, oh, but you also saw that I just saw you. And when my mother was dying and I was going back and forth to visit her in hospice, my patients, it was disrupting my practice. So I told my patients exactly that my mother was dying, that I'd be in and out. When I'm at home, I'm going through Mom's photo albums, and I'm seeing that she had taken a picture of a cactus plant. And my mother couldn't grow anything. But this cactus plant flourished. And she wrote a little caption on the photo, "See, I can grow things too." And I was kind of touched by that. I come back and I go out into the waiting room and a patient is sitting there with a cactus plant. She knows nothing about what I've just gone through. But she did, right? Unconsciously she knew something. And what I was able to do with that is acknowledge her recognition. And I told her the story I just told you. And how that was linked to her life was she was always in destructive relationships because her intuition would tell her, I should not get in that relationship. And then she'd go straight into it. And then she would usually become the destroyer of the relationship because she was so angry at herself for knowing better, but not doing better. And so a lot of our work was around valuing her own gut, valuing her own intuition. And so I was able to acknowledge the plant, have her see that she has recognized me, and that you see you can trust what's inside of you. You knew something that I needed in a way that you have often so devalued. So that's that idea of mutual recognition, that part. This idea of non-recognition is so rich to me that Fanon is talking about, and it's so important around race. And it's important around grief. It's important around just difference and contrast, is that there is recognition in non-recognition. So, see, I'm virtually moving around now, Michael, so that I can be virtually pleasing.
Very good.
Oh my God, my ego is so harmed. The idea that I can really truly see your pain, your idea, is untrue, right? And so what Fanon talks about in non-recognition is the power when, in this case, white and black, the white man goes, I don't get it. And in that ending of this falseness of trying to get it, there's a recognition of, oh, now you get me. Do you see this? It's quite powerful, isn't it? And so as therapists, we want to be the one who gets it. But really, lots of times it's like, I don't. And the patient goes, and now you do. And so it's a very powerful concept that has just come to me in the last 2 weeks, actually. So thank you for letting me riff on that. Okay, yes, what did you guys come up with?
Smith, you had some things that were good to hear.
I'm sorry.
You had some good comments.
You remind me of what they were.
Okay, actually, that's a good thing, because when a patient says to you, so what did we talk about last session? You're going, oh God.
Yeah.
I have no idea. And then you make shit up, probably. I'm not saying you do that, but.
I feel seen.
But the thing that's really powerful about that is not trying to perform, but going, what am I remembering? What have I forgotten? I had a patient who was the most boring patient I've ever had, and I would say he was the most boring person in the world. And we would gather together, and he wanted to see me twice a week. We'd come get together twice a week. And he would absolutely die every time. And he'd start every session, he says, so what did we talk about last session? I don't know. In fact, I don't even care. Right? It was horrible. One day, I caught on, though, and caught myself and go, wait a minute, neither one of us are remembering. And he had a life that was so awful and so bland, so empty. There was no vitality to it, right? And so that lack of vitality was being recreated in relationship with me, in our space together. And so he said, when we talked about last week, I says, we have to talk about this, because I said, neither one of us ever remember what has happened in our last time. And I'm beginning to think that neither of us think that there's anything in your life worth remembering. And he broke down and he said, that's so true. And that opened us up, right? To now talk about, here we are. How do I bring you in? And we are both not remembering, because neither one of us feel like there's anything worth remembering. Yeah. So that gave you time to remember. Yeah, go please.
Like one of the things we were talking about was like how much we want to be integrated with the head and the heart, but there is this sense of, we have to be able to see the other, right? But a lot of this work is also asking us to see our own other, and are we willing to see that and confront that? And I was thinking about the difference that I felt between the first hour and the second hour, and I don't know if I'll be able to make sense of this, but you were the non-Texan, you were the other, right? And we'll help you understand. But what was interesting was it wasn't just us sharing that brought it to life, but it felt like half of us wanted to say that we're not from Texas, and that or we're not bad, or there's this sense of what's going on in us that you might also be feeling. Or it's like what's happening in the room that we're now all more in it. But it's because we're actually having to engage, even my own sense of what would I tell you? It's like I'm having to confront something that is in the room, but we wouldn't normally talk about it and act just like it's not there. And now something is here.
Yes. Yep. And when you are sitting with a patient, there is stuff in the room, right? And so often we know that, we feel it, and the unconscious is powerfully being experienced in that way, and that's what we have to talk about. At break, I was saying, can you tell me what you said that I responded to? Remember? Yeah, you. I'll help you out. It was to do with having to speak what's in the room, right? Or something. Do you remember how we talked about that?
Yeah, well, even that, I'm trying to recall. No, just so much in my brain. Yeah, how to talk about these different things. I'm trying to remember the wording.
All right. Well, no, it's okay. I can help you now because you don't just help me. We were talking about patients come to talk about something they've never been able to talk about. That's what therapy is. That it's a place where people come to talk about what they've not felt comfortable talking about somewhere else. We are often the first person they meet where they are able to tell the story that's never been told. Therefore, our work is about talking about what nobody wants to talk about. That's what a therapist is. Talking about the things nobody wants to talk about. So when we talk about recreation, repetition, transference, countertransference, whatever you want to talk about, it's a recreation of what people are wanting to talk about but never been able to. And so if we collude with not talking about it, we are, I would say, unethical, frankly. And yet therapy is so often keeping out the talk that's just sitting there waiting to be talked about. Yeah. This group come up with.
We talked more about, I guess, our experience, and there was a mixture of grief, sadness, and hope in the untouchable death that's accessible. And then also just the power of recreating or reenacting when it's coupled with repair or re-experienced.
Good. I'm going to, we talked about this yesterday too. Another thing that's in the literature a lot is rupture and repair, right? Because if you work in this way, again, the model is based on a conflict model, just like Freud's model was a conflict model, but it was the conflict between your superego and your id and trying to find an ego stability kind of thing. But conflict from a relational model is that conflict actually is present. It's not only intrapsychic, it's interpersonal. And it's going to occur in the recreation with another person, i.e. the therapist. If there is no conflict in psychotherapy, you probably have not conducted an analytic therapy. If you and your patient are always getting along, something's wrong. And it can look funny because I had a patient, the most charming human being in the world. I was his third therapist. The other therapist so fell in love with him that they became friends with him. And the first thing he said to me was, "You can't become my friend." And I would love to be this guy's friend. Not only to mention he moved to Europe and has a lovely home there, and I think it would be great to go visit. But he told me I can't. I mean, charming as hell. And loved me, I loved him, all that stuff. And our conflict was that he continually builds relationships that are conflict-free through his kindness. Do you see what I'm doing with that? That conflict existed there, and that we had to work through his propensity to deny himself by being the sweetheart of the world, and how he was repeating that with me. So he did learn how to be more of an asshole. Success. So yeah, you guys.
So I have a couple thoughts right now. I'm trying to work them in the moment. And so to answer the first question in the prompt, we kind of talked about the piece around authenticity and challenging the narrative of how the institution promotes a certain way to therapy, whether it's with children to like just with us and our clients. And right now I'm thinking about this piece of the systems that we're in within this space. And this piece around earlier when you asked us about where you're from and so forth, to acknowledge that this is a very white space for me, and like everyone else's experience of Texas is also very different than my own. And I'm actually really anxious right now to talk about it. And then also this piece around that it's been only men that have spoken in every group, and how I'm perpetuating that right now in this moment because I really felt that maybe you wanted to speak as well. And I'm really anxious about that because it's perpetuating it, and I'm being very aware. So it's a really uncomfortable feeling right now.
Yeah. So again, I want to use that. So you've had an affective experience. He's having a thought about that affective experience. He's observed something in this experience. And something that often will happen to us is, oh boy. I missed something. I would hate for that to happen in therapy or even here. It's like we could also now, in our own guilt or whatever, go, oh my, we missed that. Thank you for, and all of a sudden uplifting you.
I know, my God.
Yeah, but uplifting you in a particular way for being our informant, right? And again, we cut off relationship, right? We cut off relatedness. Like, how do I would talk with Matthew about that experience and my experience of it and our experience together as we work out that contrast, that we work out that difference. But we default so quickly, and I'll come to empathy, that came up somewhere too. And the problem with empathy, and I also thought about that when you talked about the earlier work with eating disorder people, you take them to the office versus, wait a minute, what the hell is going on here anyway? That's authenticity, you see. But we are people who want to go to the office and be kind and go, oh, Matthew, sorry. We don't learn much from that. But if we learn to say, okay, yeah, take a radical openness to myself. Why wasn't I aware of that? Why is this getting repeated? What is the potential for us to learn from this? Then we now have an authentic opportunity to move into something that has meaning. And we were working with Matthew's case yesterday as well, where you can tell me what you think about this, but Matthew was representing what we all do, where he's trying to be the good therapist. But when he became the real therapist, by entering his own experience about the patient and their relationship, was when everything began to open up. And so, yeah, thank you. And the other thing is that when we say to the patient, empathy, when we say to the patient, oh, I'm sorry, we now have the patient's going, I don't know if that's what I was looking for. I think I was looking for a conversation here. And I was looking for you to kind of feel what I feel. Matthew was trying to, get us to feel what he feels, right? But if we go, oh, and he's going, don't do that to me, right? Yeah. Just feel what you feel, and now let's talk about it. And it's a big thing about empathy, because empathy as it's defined is really cool. But the way we practice it is not so much. We make it a technique. And in fact, there's this whole article that I refer to. It's in medical school, they now have a thing called E period, M period, P period, A period, T period, H period, Y period. So it's a program on empathy. And the physician is taught to do these 5 things, E, M, P, H, T, Y, 6 things, called empathy. And it's an applied empathy. And we can smile at that, but kind of psychotherapy is set up that way too. To apply some sort of pseudo-kindness as opposed to authenticity. Yeah. And you had something to say, right? Or you said she was gonna?
I felt that.
Oh.
She maybe wanted to speak as well.
And I feel seen that you felt that, because it's true. I think that it's true, but I think I also defer to the structure.
Yeah, I was like, and it feels weird because of this of like my male privilege and trying to figure out how to advocate and support versus me taking so much. Which feels very awkward as I talk.
Yeah.
We actually acknowledged him being the white man and taking the lead at the beginning. Michael did, and then we let him still take the lead at the end. So.
White male Texan.
Yeah.
Might I add? Yeah. This is why when you are reading and studying, and if you're open to this whole idea of relational psychoanalysis, you must read from the margins, because they've already got it at so many levels. And one of the things that I feel about our current culture, for example, is I have a friend who's dating this woman who's a physician, and during the Black Lives Matter, she made 500 t-shirts or something that said, stand behind me. And she went down to Seattle to the protest. And the African-American woman who was leading the protest, she said, "Would you put those away?" And she was offended because she felt like, well, I'm really trying to say I'm here for you, right? And the African-American woman who was running the show said, "We're here, we're here. You know, don't colonize me once again by taking over my protest, if you will." And that is the thing that she was calling for psychologically. What I learned from that is, don't do for others what others are trying to find and do themselves. It's that whole thing that the patient knows themselves best. They just don't know that they know it. They seek us out to find us what they already know. And so if we read liberation theology and liberation psychology and gender voices and all that sort of thing, and the whole relational movement actually was birthed in the 1980s out of a postmodern movement of feminism, sexual identity, and immigrant kind of work. And so this whole model is premised on a marginalized, if you will, foundation, which is very, very powerful. Okay, all right, so I gave you a handout. I guess I'll also say this, I don't know, so I'm a white male who is in charge here, okay, just saying. And I say that because I don't want to apologize. I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm here. And if I'm here and here, I'm hoping then that Matthew's able to say what he says, right? Because I am not apologetic. I'm apologetic and confessional about the harm that I do, for sure. But I'm not also going to erase myself in such a way that I can't be in the conversation with Matthew or with others. And that's a really important piece in our culture right now, because my friend's girlfriend thing is there's stay in your own lane. And if you're in your lane, you'll be able to travel on the lanes of the other. Okay, so I gave you a handout, and that would have been about an hour and a half ago under normal circumstances, but I'm in Texas, so we're getting acquainted in our own way. So I want to go through this, and then we'll land on certain areas of this. This basically, if you have the book or are interested in the book, I'm going to walk you through a really quick read today of that text.
And hey, Roy?
Yeah.
It's about 11:40.
So they should take a break?
We've got lunch here, it's ready. We can maybe do a 30-minute lunch of talking and then eat through the rest of our lunch to continue, or how do you want to do that? And also, it's going to be time to
wrap up. So the schedule is we end this portion at 1 and we do a case at 2?
That's right, yes.
I've got it right? Okay, good. All right, that's very helpful, but tell me when we have to break. 20 minutes?
How about we go like 30 more minutes?
30 minutes, okay. Okay, you guys, we're gonna kick ass, okay?
Or we could break right now, move our cars, and then finish that little piece.
Okay, you guys. Or, go ahead.
I just wanted to establish that actually I'm the white man who's in charge here.
Please rise.
Keep going, we'll move cars in 20 minutes, we're good.
I think I'll sleep all the way home on the plane. All right. So, what I want to tell you quickly then is a quick word about the research. So what happened to me is I've been teaching for 13,000 years. And one of the things that would happen is that my students would learn relational approaches to psychotherapy, and they would go to their practicums or their internships or whatever, and they'd go, these people have never heard this stuff. And I have no idea what to do. And a student came back and she says, I have all this information, but I don't know what to do. And I thought, that's on me. And it's on my profession, and it's on psychoanalysis, that we have not been clear enough about our structure for psychotherapy. So I got the silly idea to do an intensive qualitative research where I interviewed 20 different analysts who had been, relational analysts who'd been in the field 25 years or more, and did a qualitative evaluation of all of that, and what resulted was these 7 core competencies. I just want to say, aside the competency is an incorrect word for me, I would call them disciplines. It's a way of being, not only in therapy really, but in the world. And so the publisher chose the competency piece. But what I discovered then was these 7 competencies. And that's what we're going to walk through pretty quickly here. The other research that I want you to be aware of is a very important one in 2019 in the APA journal Psychotherapy, I think. Norcross and Lambert were, 30 years ago, were commissioned by the American Psychological Association to determine and to do research, a longitudinal research on what is the primary factors in change for psychotherapy. The factor that is most dominant is that of the relationship between the therapist and the patient. And so much so that they have now recommended that evidence-based relational psychotherapies need to be taught as religiously and frequently as other what's called evidence-based treatment. And if you want to have fun, listen to Shedler, read Shedler's work, or he endorsed this book actually, but Shedler's work on, he's just pissed off, and so he's fun to listen to about the problem with these evidence-based treatments. And also in my book, Cornelius takes pharmaceuticals and cognitive behavioral and compares it to psychoanalysis and the long-term impact of one over the other. And of course, we win on that. But the Norcross article, everybody should be aware of that because it's really essential if you are not a cognitive behaviorist. As it, again, reminds and helps others in the field recognize that it's the quality of the relationship that is essential towards change. The next piece on the outline, we've talked a lot about, actually, I would say today. You matter, you really matter. If the relationship is essential, and what we've, I think, learned corporately today, is that the self of the therapist in that room, presently, authentically, is essential. And I would add to that, and you've also brought to our attention today, how difficult that's going to be. That's why it's a discipline. It's something that we practice for the rest of our lives, showing up, showing up, showing up, and letting yourself know that you actually matter. Not only matter, but really matter. The second thing is, I'm going to show you a video very quickly on therapeutic intent. And one of the problems, you know, if you're a cognitive behaviorist, you want to change a behavior, and so you're going to do these 5 things. When we work from a more existential model, do we know what we're doing? Why are we doing it this way? So when I make an intervention, do I know why that intervention, the purpose of that intervention? So for example, therapeutic intent from an analytic perspective is, have I assisted the patient in growing a greater sense of themselves and their emotions and their deep and affective states, that they are able to embrace them and embrace them without shame? Are their interpersonal relationships more significant and deeper? Is there a vitality to how they live their lives as a result of being in psychotherapy? Do they have a greater sense of the other? So when I'm working with a patient, my mind has some idea that this practice that I'm doing, this work that I'm doing, has an outcome, has a particular purpose. Very quickly, I have an older gentleman on my caseload who's just a grump. And he's lately especially, and he's been bugging me and annoying me. And I've been trying to figure out how I can tell him that so that he can stop annoying me. Fortunately, he's annoying other people as well, so I'm able to link and use our experience together. But what I know is that his life right now is harmful to himself and to others. His son walked away from a weekend fishing trip with him because he couldn't stand being around his father's negativity any longer. And so my task is, what are we doing in this work to help this person become more, to increase his capacity for difference, for contrast, for his son's difference, all those kinds of things. So a therapeutic intent is really key because it tells me, oh, this is our goal here. Am I facilitating that? Or in this case, was I just going along for the ride? So that's my therapeutic intent. I'm going to show you this guy here does it much better than I do. And then before we go into the next section, I'll finish with therapeutic stance attitude. And that is, actually I want to show you this tape. Actually, I just did what this guy does. Okay, you guys, you might just come over here. It's only a 3-minute tape.
And this one is?
Why?
Okay. Commercial, sorry.
It wasn't even 3 minutes.
How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do? The question that you really should ask is, how do I know why I'm here? Because when you know your why, your what becomes more clear and more impactful. If you know, like for instance, people know that I do comedy, but that's what I do. My why is to inspire people to walk in purpose. So I can do comedy, I can write books, I can be in a movie, because all of it is motivated by my why. In fact, I have a new web series out called Michael Jr. Break Time. We probably just did the 6th episode. It's on YouTube. So every single Wednesday at 3 o'clock, we drop a new episode on YouTube of Michael Jr. Break Time. What it is it's me. I travel around the country and I do stand-up comedy, in case you know. And in the middle of my comedy set sometime, I'll stop and just talk to my audience. And we've been filming this, and it's, you know, it's pretty cool. So we're in Winston-Salem. I'm gonna show you a clip from Winston-Salem. And I'm just talking to this guy in the audience, and he tells me that he's a musical instructor at a school. So I was like, all right, you're a musical instructor, you know, can you sing? Let me hear you sing a song. So this is what happened at the last episode of Michael Jr.'s Break Time. Check it. So you're a musical director?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me get a couple bars of like Amazing Grace. Can you do the first part of that? Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Wow. That brought me in. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, once you give me the version, is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know which version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Don't stop him.
I see.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Here's what I want you to catch. The First time I asked him to sing, he knew what he was doing. The second time, he knew why he was doing it. When you know your why, your what becomes more impactful because you're walking towards or in your purpose.
Yeah. Wow. So that kind of says it all, right? And I think even back to the earlier question, as therapists that are starting out or whatever, but all of us, we have to have our why in mind. And so often we have our what, but we don't have our why. So that piece. The third thing is that we've mentioned here already, but the therapeutic stance attitude. And I say here another take on radical openness and having a judgmental stance, not a typo. That radical openness, as we've been talking, is a radical openness to our own experience of our patient, not just being radically open about the patient's story or life. The second thing is there's not one person in this room that's not judgmental. And it's impossible to leave that outside of a room. And when we do, we're again compromised. We're not fully in the space. We have judgments. Our task is how do we metabolize, how do we think, and how do we let the patient participate in our judgments rather than trying to ignore that they don't exist. Yeah. All right. The next, after we take the break that is going to happen, I guess, we move to the next area, which is reflecting, and that can be summed up with what the hell is going on here anyway. As you enter into a therapeutic space, that is actually a helpful line, frankly. I did this seminar one time, and this one person who'd heard me speak before said, well, you've been, she was very kind. She said, you've been eloquent with you today, but she said, you've been far more eloquent last time I heard you. And she said, it's sort of like I'm not virtually pleasing, so now I'm kind of not semi-eloquent and going. She goes, yeah, last time I heard you said, basically, what the hell is going on here anyway? So the eloquence was in what the hell is going on here anyway. That's another thing to really hold on as you enter that space. What is going on? What's going on in me? What's going on in my experience with the patient? And that will get you together in then what is really going on as you embrace the patient with that attitude. And then I'll go through these and then we're going to come back and take a look at a couple of them. Deep listening, affective attunement. Again, we have been taught so many times to listen to a patient's content. Our ear is what is below the content. And the only way we can get to below the content is if we're attending to the visceral experience of how we're hearing the content. And so we have to listen to ourselves, we will hear our patient. And that is really scary stuff. Again, we want to hear them in our head, we don't want to feel them. And yet, one of the reasons I still love going to work every day is because when I got out of my head, I was more aligned with myself and aligned with the patient. So honestly, I've been at this for a long time, and I love going to work every day. And it has to do with the style of how I stand within that room with my patient. Not as the one knowledgeable or that I'm going to hear their story better than somebody else, but that as I listen to myself, I'm hearing the story of my patient. And so that is what is keeping me alive, is the emotional field of intersubjective space. It's very interesting, and Ryan and Jeremy and Matt would be able to, one of the things that we've learned in the RFPT program is one of the first things that happened, and we all saw this in the fall again, is with the new people coming in, is the release and the relief when you say to somebody, you matter, and you actually need to bring what you are experiencing in your body and in your mind and your soul to the room. There's just like this collective sigh, like really? That's the work? Because it removes you from this cognitive tension that is fighting against the very thing that's in the room. And it's such a release and a relief, and actually generates not only your own personal life, but that is very generative within the therapeutic relationship. The next chapter is on the there and then and the here and now. And Edward Galeano says this: no history is mute. No matter how much they own it, break it, and lie about it, human history refuses to shut its mouth. Despite deafness and ignorance, the time that was continues to tick inside the time that is. I had an insight last night. I was reading the book of poems I bought here last night. What's her name? What book?
Harjo.
Pardon?
Harjo?
Yes, Harjo. A Native American.
Laureate.
Yeah, and a Native 2019 Nobel laureate for our country, right? And she is a Native American. And I got to thinking about race and about the Native American people for sure, because in her poems, she is talking about walking the earth of her ancestors. And the memory, to forget them is to forget oneself. And I got to thinking, no wonder white people don't remember, because we don't want to remember the damage that we've done. And why people on the margins hold to memory in a way that we don't. And so even psychotherapy, if you think of this model, is actually more attuned with ancestral historical ideology than with our massive cognitive behavioral approaches in our country that don't bother with memory, that don't bother with how things in the past are getting repeated and how damaging those things are to the other. And so here again, we're reminded that the history that happened. Now, what's really important, another piece I'm working on is right now is on forgiveness, which is kind of terrifying me a little bit, because if we remember, there is going to be brokenness, right? And brokenness is going to ask for confession, and confession is going to ask for forgiveness, and forgiveness, and I'm sorry, genuinely, is really, really hard. And we talked yesterday about the forgiving of the perpetrator and the dignifying of those who have harmed, and how that is a release to the one who has been harmed. So this work with our patients is about remembering and about working through the repetitions and the recreations that are there. The next one is linking and patterning. And jazz musician Ornette Coleman says, it's the hidden things, the subconscious that lies in the body and lets you know, you feel this, you play this. If we had time, I'd play you a video of the Hilliard Ensemble, where monks and jazz artists try to play together and find one another. And it's, maybe we'll end with that or something, but it's annoying and it's beautiful and it's everything. You're kind of glad when it's over, but you're glad you experienced it. And so I'm not going to let you guys experience it. Just kidding. A little mean there. But the idea is that psychotherapy is this jazz movement, essentially, where you move in, you move out, you try to find the voice of the other, and it can screech, and then sometimes it's resonant, sometimes it's dissonant, and we are trying to pay attention to not only the past and how it's repeated, but how the new relationship between therapist and patient are patterning in themselves, and how those links are occurring. And then the next one is repetition and working through. The drama has to get reenacted. No narrative is formed unless the story is engaged. And I write, holy smokes, cog B, here I come. Because reenactment is a given. As I said earlier, it has to happen. I'm going to act in particular ways that are unpleasant to me. And even as we had where you knelt down and you got caught up in the story, and which is fine as long as we are able to mutually reflect upon the story, right? But you can see how complicated this gets, right? and we don't perfect it, but we keep it as a discipline, as a structure, as a universal idea as we work together. Then, courageous speech, discipline, spontaneity. A common thing when I'm helping people articulate, and again, the 3 people that are in the program here, they will certainly say, when in supervision we say, well, how might you imagine yourself saying that? Almost, it's now common, oh shit, knew we'd get there. There's the, how do I say the things that are experiencing there that keeps this therapeutic space open and keeps me open? And one of the things, why this whole, my thinking evolved as it did over the years, when I would supervise people, I would hear, they would bring me their case, and they would have it nicely formulated, and they'd have their idea about the case. And then I would say, but, so what are you experiencing when you sit with this patient? It was a whole different story. Whole different story. And I said, okay, now you and I have got to work on that story. That's where the grit is, right? And that's where I came up with the line, the patient has the right to our minds and our affects. Because when we're holding, and I'll go back to the ethic thing too, when we hold our mind away from our patients, I believe that's unethical. Because they've come to get our mind, and it takes a mind to grow. And if we are holding our mind back and our experience of the patient, then I think we are not being that helpful. And so often I would hear, I can't say that. And I would ask, well, we had that yesterday. No, I cannot say that. And what I told them that is, but until you say something about that, your I cannot is intruding upon the therapeutic space. The space can't be alive, it can't be worked. As long as you hold a thought that cannot be manifest into the therapeutic encounter. The patient already knows something of what you are feeling and thinking anyway. Remember, again, theoretically, foundation, we work in the realm of the unconscious. And the unconscious, to the unconscious, Freud said this. It's one unconscious banging up against the other unconscious, trying to find consciousness. And so when we keep our mind away, it's already known it's there. In fact, we were talking about his case, and it was a, is it okay? It was around what's going on around homosexuality, heterosexuality, dating, all those kinds of things. And one of the things that came to my mind is, could you, if Matthew doesn't bring himself, I could imagine this patient 10 years later going, yeah, I went to therapy 10 years ago. And I think my therapist actually thought I was gay. And I'm thinking, he needs to know that today, not 10 years from now. And we don't know what, if the therapist is thinking that, whether this person is or not, but as long as I'm thinking it and not letting the patient and I work the idea, the patient doesn't get to work out his sexuality, right? He doesn't get to work out what's going on. And so that's another example of how do we courageously bring our mind in such a way that opens up the space for the patient to explore. And I mentioned a bit earlier about this, the patient that I use in this chapter is the one who threatened to kill herself if I didn't go to bed with her. And she kind of woke me up to say, you know, I already know this stuff. I know I'm scaring the shit out of you. So can we talk about that so that we can get on with this business? Then what happens is we move into what I would call co-metabolization. So when I bring something to my patient, this is a very important piece, because when I bring something to my patient, if I believe, like historically, the interpretation that I brought was the kind of the truth, and if the patient resisted that, then they were resistant to something that I know about their intrapsychic material. No, the way that we can have integrity and the way that this keeps the space alive is I do have a mind about my patient. So if I have a mind about my experience of the patient, or even have a mind, I think my patient's gay, that's just a mind. That's my mind. Very valuable mind. It's really important. But it is only one mind. And in the relational psychoanalysis, we're looking for two minds. This is why we talk about one-person psychology, two-person psychology. It's in the two-mindedness is where the transformation and the truth, if you will be revealed. It's a very significant thing. So when I bring, one of the reasons that can free you up in terms of also having more courage within the therapeutic dialogue, is that you don't believe that your statement has to be so well formulated because it's the truth. In fact, most of what we bring is unformulated, and we bring it to form it. In fact, I say almost all of therapy is a mystery. I would say all of therapy is a mystery. I again go back, I don't know you, I don't know my patient any better than they do. I just know how to get to that better. That's my training. And I know that everything I say is an approximation. And many times it's going to be a misreading, actually. Like I have this patient right now, he's such a character. He's just absolutely panicked about life in general. But he is very, very clear to me. He says, no, that doesn't work for me. And I love it, right? So, okay, well, why isn't it working? How might you see it? How do you understand it? And together we are cobbling together some sort of idea about what his life and struggle is. And then I write here and repeat over and over and over. And why therapy takes long is because we're kind of dumb. And we also don't like to change. We like our pathologies, even though we say we hate them. That's the one thing. And the dumb thing is, like I was telling the group yesterday, I got on the plane, and I've flown a few times in my life, and the flight attendant gets up and goes through all those instructions. And fortunately, Jeremy wasn't on that plane prior to me because he has a history of stealing, what do you call it? The lifesaver. Jeremy, do.
I hate that you're sharing that.
We have another one in the group here that she steals towels from hotels. So that was all within 2 seconds of a morning breakfast. Just like that. So this idea is creating much more vulnerability. But at any rate, what struck me when she was going through all that is I go, God, I don't know if we had to use those, would I know how to do it? And I've heard it 100 times. I've seen it, right? And so I was thinking, okay, I'd have to pull this, but then if the thing didn't inflate, I'd be all panicky, even though I know it doesn't always inflate, but my neighbor's is inflating, so maybe something's wrong with me, maybe I'm gonna die. Do I have to pull it again? And I'd probably pull it off. I mean, it'd be a shit show, right? And then if we were in water, I would be like, oh my God. And I would look for that thing and I would pull, hopefully it would go, and then that little red thing. So I kind of got it down, right? But how many times have I heard that? And so it's the same thing with transformation and change. It's stubborn. We hold on, and we have to experience it and repeat it over and over and over to kind of get it. That's why therapy does take some time, is because of the process of our resistances and our learnings. But what I want to say about that, and what I hope I've queued up here today, is sometimes therapy might be taking way too long because of the therapist's resistance, not the patient. That we've been very resistant to be present in the room. And almost every case that we talk about, I'm thinking of our program right now and even yesterday, is there's so many ways that we can sustain a treatment that doesn't move anywhere because we're not participating in it, right? Mm-hmm. Well, and I gave you an example of my boring patient, right? Where months went by where we just sat in boredom together. And he was coming, he was paying me, I was fine. He would have come whether I helped him or not. And that's the danger. So it's not patient resistance towards change. In fact, I often say that the most resistant person in psychotherapy is the therapist, not the patient. And that anybody who's bold enough to come and tell their story, to weep about their story, and to let somebody else in their story, I don't think that's too resistant. I think my resistance to bearing that story and participating in that story is what often stands in the way of the change that they're seeking. I know is this the time, or do we have a minute or two? Yes, a little bit of time.
You can have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. As I've been going through this, and we're gonna come back, and I have a feeling, what you're a lot of interest in is how do we speak about these things? And so we'll spend our next hour over that before we go to the case study. But as I've been speaking, what have you heard yourself saying?
Just a comment on your last comment that the most resistant person in the room is possibly the therapist. That's a very interesting to think about as a therapist who is in therapy.
Yeah. I often feel badly for my students who go to therapists after they push their therapist in powerful ways.
I've been thinking about prepping the clients to be good clients and like how to do this work. Because I feel like if you just kind of throw it in their faces and like, did I look at it? Are you wanting? What are you doing? Why are you asking me about the soup?
I could barely hear you. Can you say it one more time?
Just what, like, it's kind of deep throat, like prepping your clients for doing this work. It's just kind of something I've been thinking about.
Yeah.
And because if you just start doing this, I feel like it would throw a lot of people off, and they wouldn't understand what's happening.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. Our patients deserve to have our work framed, right? And our informed consent isn't just our policies. In fact, those are nothing. Those are just business things, right? So we have to frame the kind of work that we do. So one of the things, I have about 8 things. Ryan actually has that, so you can check it out with him. On how I inform the patient about my work. And I let them know that I'm not a cognitive behaviorist, that I believe that I could help them do that, and they could change, but the change of that, probably wouldn't work for me or you or whatever. But another example of that is I used to try to do it organically. So one person came in and said, I'm really anxious, I want medication, and I want interventions. I want you to tell me what I should do. And I said, well, I'm not your man. This isn't what I do. I said, your anxiety is actually very intriguing to me. I want to know about the anxiety. I want to follow this anxiety with you to find its source and to participate in it. So you see, I'm already informing my patient how I'm going to work. I don't want to relieve your anxiety. I'm not the person that does that. There are people that do. I am very curious about this anxiety and where it will lead us to. And he was also highly functional. He didn't need medication in my mind, and he didn't need a crisis intervention, which a cognitive behavioral intervention would be helpful for. And so that's one way that I do it. I also let the patient know, I have to say it up front, that I'm very interested in the unconscious, and that things that bubble up and dreams that you have, all those kinds of things are very much of interest to me because of the fact that generally the things that are disturbing us, we have pushed them away, and they're trying to find voice. And I'm going to participate with you in my unconscious things that are coming up, and encourage you to bring me your dreams and to bring yourself uncensored. And I said, I'm going to do my best to come uncensored as well, that I will be free and open to what is happening. I also say things like, what has happened in your past is going to happen in this room. Our lives tend to want to repeat and to recreate those places in our lives that are not finished, or not resolved, not figured out. And so that's going to happen here. I ask that you bring yourself as freely as you can, and I will bring myself as freely to you as I can. And I also say if you have any questions about me, you should feel free to ask any of them. What I say in that to myself is, there's probably a lot of questions the patient wants to ask me that I don't want to answer. But I have to be bold enough to say, you can ask me whatever you have to ask, because if they are have to hold back and protect me, that they can't ask me that question because it might offend me, or it might do this, or it might do that, or it's too intrusive, etc., then they're going to be compromised in that space. So that's, to any of you who might be new to this or and are wanting to practice more this way, you have to let your patient know what your tools are, if you will, in working together, and then invite them to be with you in a particular way. Because patients come to get fixed, right? And so being fixed to me is, as Michael J. was saying, is to my why is to have, not to be fixed actually, to actually have a wider range of multiple affective states, to be able to embrace multiple selves and multiple ideas about yourself, to be able to play with shame rather than be reduced by it. It's inevitable. None of us can ever get away with that silly thing called shame. It will show up at the damnedest times. And like, I'll tell you a moment that's going to happen for me personally about this, about shame, and then I'll come back to my thing. When I am flying home, I will experience some shame of being here. Not because of you all, but in my mind, it will not be good enough. I will ponder over the first hour and how I could have done that differently, right? You guys have not shaming me, right? You've been engaged with me, etc., but it just shows up in ways that don't matter. But what I have to do is go, okay, here it is. And so now what do I do with that? How do I work with that? And how do I begin to think about it and make it useful? But shame so often gets denied, and it just gets deeper and deeper and more hurtful, and becomes a personality construct and becomes extremely harmful. And so again, that's my why, to help patients grow in the reality of life, not in getting rid of something. We get angry, we are imperfect, we do get hurt. That's life to the day we die. And it's how do we live with vitality in the reality of life versus trying to say, well, I'm going to fix that part of life. So hopefully that's helpful in terms of framing and reframing. Let's say you're wanting to reset your practice and begin to think a bit differently with your patient. Let them in on the tools that you will be using and what you would expect of them and what you will be providing. Okay, I know that was more than a minute, so we got to stop. So what's the next step? People were taking a break.
Yes, you're gonna take a break, use your cars if you need to, get something to drink. I'm sorry everyone that I've cut off coffee. But there's sodas and tea and all that kind of stuff. So stretch your legs, restroom, move the cars, don't come back. We'll do another 30 minutes and then we'll do lunch.
Oh, okay. And then do we meet again after lunch?
Consultation this afternoon after lunch.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to, yeah, okay. All right, good, so I'll see, we'll all be together again in when?
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Okay. Don't be late because I'm going to show you a video.
How's it going? I didn't even like see them while you're sitting down, so I'm looking
Yeah, no, I like that idea a lot.
Yeah.
We're at the park, it's headed through the moon, so from there to there. If you're in two different lots, it should be fine. But there's an apartment complex. Okay. And you'll see the blue parking lot. That's where the
Okay.
So they require.
I actually want to take
No,
We
the
need
biggest thing we
most of these places are right in
and happened with shot now.
I'm like,
So what's the way up here?
I am sure. I'm not gonna self-doubt myself. I read the sign,
All the different. It happened for Thompson.
I know. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Connecting all the dots for 40 years.
Definitely.
Right. You did know something of what I was doing, did not.
This shows his,
And I can never remember where the quote came from,
Awesome. Are you going down?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, everywhere downtown is 3-hour parking. It's super.
Get in the room.
Yeah, that's
You tell my clients all the time, I say, so what do we do here? What
No, you're good.
It is now my background for her.
Right.
this is amazing. It's so good.
So, anyway.
My life is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Nice, how you doing?
Well, at first it was of course acid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you too.
Where are you headed to? I have some things that I need to do today.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Michael.
Hey, nice to see you.
Are you leaving?
I am.
Who did?
Have fun.
Oh. Okay, that's just like that.
And I have.
Okay, that's what.
Bye, Ryan.
I'm just going down for a minute. Maybe 3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5.
Just 3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5.
Okay. I want to sit with you guys.
Come sit with
And I'm going to.
The rest of my day. Here.
In the front with the
Yeah.
I'm more of like a, you kind of know, depends on how much effort we're going to give it. Yeah. Are you on the train? No. I have you.
There's a lot of like parts of it where it's like it just requires a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you hold on to them?
I haven't spent time on food service.
Yeah. I actually very much agree with that statement. That statement is very true.
Part of the weird about the car.
Sure.
But they're also kind of like,
Inspiring. That's why I'm like, okay. It's nice to see you. Thanks for talking.
It's so interesting. I was like really
which is
What?
really great.
Yeah. I still think that's good.
Yes, because my kids are somewhere in here.
Isn't
that weird how it works now? You just like walk up and, is that?
Cause I don't have to like,
Yeah.
yes, I love it.
What is it? Keyless entry to your car.
I just have to make sure they're on.
Yes.
I was really afraid when I first got the car that,
How are you?
will it let me in the car and start it and then I have to go straight?
Oh, yeah.
And my car doesn't, but
Yeah,
my
that's-
husband
that's-
does.
We're not-
And he got
we were in
stuck,
Colorado,
we live on the
like,
corner
yeah.
and he basically went out of our direction
Yeah.
to the corner and it died.
Right.
And I didn't have a coupon.
Yeah, yes.
YouTube always lets me know when I don't have my phone on me because it's like searching for it and I'm like, really, I don't have it with me.
Yes. It's like, what is it?
Yeah. I did notice that, like, when I got my years ago, it was keyless entry, and I was like, yes, but my keys was like my weapon to protect myself in a parking lot. So now what am I gonna do?
And what do you use?
It's cool.
I'm just like protection vest now. Yeah, just like whacking everything.
Yeah, my, yeah, this is my husband's people. And he's retired, but he wants us to question things like, especially when you're just out.
I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of minutes I should be out there. And why do you think? He was like, so they sent me like some, all sorts
You know what's funny about that is that I had Tiger's credit in my purse for years, like in one of like the little sunshine pocket. Literally for years, like it was all gross and crusty because it had been my first job. Cause I mean, and I go
No, well,
to
like,
fly somewhere.
I always did some classes, but
And
like,
then so it's not the first time I've flown. And they like pull me aside.
Yeah.
It's kind
of created this little subculture.
Okay, like if you can take a look at like how like purse gunky it is. Like this has been in my purse for years. Like nobody started telling me about it. Like I'm not trying to like sneak through your purse. Yeah, it's just fascinating. I don't have it in my purse anymore for that reason. But my in-laws gave me a taser to just in my purse. It's like creepy. Like I like. I don't know. And it's like intense. Like, ooh. She was like, I've never so I would have to like remember that it's there, and it's like in this like little kind of like not little case or whatever. So I have to like open it and get it out. And, like, at this point, I'm
This is like my childhood. Like I grew up down here. Oh, for a long time.
I, out of the ones I have, I can.
In my like early 20s. Yeah.
Just saying. And so occasionally I'm like, so where is that one mine? Because I think I should know, but I don't know. Because I mean.
I grew up in a around guns and
What about me?
I said never.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Nick.
Funny, so yeah, you didn't think she said
Yeah.
How do you guys think?
Well, originally from DTS. But he's the other two main Ryan and Nick is a late guy. Yeah. Yes. So
This is a terrible lapse in judgment on my part. It's a terrible lapse in judgment on acting.
We should supervise.
And yet somehow this is getting reimbursed. Yeah. And look how they sign and it's there.
Which a lot of people.
We have sure.
Yeah, it's such I mean, because like it's very empowering. It is. Yeah. But LD, it's yeah, my hands
Actually, where are you at?
licensed here. Apparently not really well.
Okay.
What is this?
But like, I'm not, it's similar, like, it's some rational about it.
Anyway, his dad got me for his
We're working out our.
Yeah, you're cool. Thanks. And it's like in a
It is.
thing, and
It's,
we actually needed it. It's not gonna be home.
It's
So,
not
yeah.
in a box, in a closet,
Yeah.
in the other room.
Sure.
I'm in a book. I just don't have a book on me. What am I gonna do? Check it out your face?
I mean, I got some nails. So I really like go through journals or something. I like it.
It's been fun. Have you read More Competencies or?
I actually did take one with him.
Sure.
It was really good. I feel like it's one of those.
It's one of those books that you can't read quickly without you.
No, you cannot read it.
But I had to go
At the time,
very
I was like,
slow.
this is
To
actually
just
not what
digest
I
the
really
information.
Yeah. Someone comes behind you. Yes. From the front. Yeah. Oh, really?
But it was more, they call it Cambridge.
And your interaction
But
with
it
Seattle
was
schools is more
like how
like
deep
an hour or
was
something.
yeah.
So.
Put it on safety. But we also.
I remember that was because they took us out.
So we have to like,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, see, they told us to like put our hands, so like if they grab like that, put our hand and press down and pull their fingers back. And not pull our hand back, but let's press into it and smash their hand flat so that they will release. Yes.
We have, dinner. Anytime you, food is coming. Rodeo Goat is a good old Texan burger place. Nachos, burgers. We are over at 4. This is over at 4. And we'll head over there.
I don't even notice it really
I
afterwards.
can't hear from mine. I think it's because
We
we're
have
on
a
the
whole
other side.
section
I think on Ryan's.
just for
I
us.
can hear it.
Yeah, I can't hear.
Yes.
It
doesn't bother me. Yeah, it's
Dr. Walker.
the thing that is more irritating is honestly like the loud cars that just drive by. That's
I don't believe you. So my FOMO is like really kicking in. I'm like, I want to do all of those things.
Yeah, just loud trucks. Souped up.
Good.
Loud mufflers, yeah.
I'm feeling it.
I know. I told Michael last night when we were going to bed, and he was like setting me alarm for 7:30. I'm like, what have I done? I made a bad life choice.
Adult
I just committed my entire Saturday.
I live right in downtown.
Yeah, it's early.
Yeah.
I know. I'm enjoying it. It's good. It's good. And I knew I would, but it was also like.
Alicia, I think actually I recognize your face. Did you?
You came in slow. You had a marketing before at 360.
Okay, I think that's probably where I recognize your face.
Right? It's early.
My mother-in-law used to say anything before 11 o'clock is unsafe. She was 89 years old.
My niece and nephew were making fun of me the other day because they're at school by 7:30 and that's when my alarm goes off. And I'm like, oh no, I feel bad for you. And I don't have to look at it. I work for myself for a reason.
Pushing lunch back. Yeah.
I don't put an alarm. I needed to be here by 7.
I wonder how.
Wake up.
I set an alarm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I actually did too. I woke up at 7 and then I was mad when I was awake at 7. I'm like, so if I wake up on my phone, it's like around 7, I'm fine. It's earlier than that.
It's cute.
Do you like just now?
My husband. I'm so glad they broke up.
Most people have never been in here.
Why is it
When I go doing things with friends and they all, be like that, if we do an overnight or something. I'm like, I just need to make sure that I.
Sorry.
So you're doing, I'm like,
Are you still there?
3 hours.
Class is on you and I don't really trust you.
And I mean, it's just gonna happen.
And now
Yeah. It's in Phoenix.
Yeah, we
Just
can
walking
have it.
around and like studying.
I like won't spend money.
Oh, well.
One time I showed on a date, this was in like,
See, you like give into
but I remember it was like a double date.
Obviously dramatic.
I know.
No, great.
It was like just movie theater, double date, really awkward, but I was like having a giant crush. And so we
It
get
doesn't
there,
happen
my
often
friend
in
was like,
that early natural, but sometimes it will.
and I will never, I don't know why, but
I used to do that.
forgot to get the other one in. Yeah, I've never done that.
That's.
But push
That's probably one of the things that
graduate school.
Yeah, that's how it was. No way. I like took the other
7 or 8 hours of sleep. But then come spring,
Isn't it so funny?
You know, like,
So much.
it was
4 or 5 months.
Yeah. I always but I'm like,
I think some of my resistance to the early friends is like they're like, I come from farmers market.
I did love it.
I'm not working out until 7. I wasted half the morning. So there was always positive value around this.
I don't like
or else you've wasted your
I
day.
like working with them.
And I think there's that
Did you
value.
get
It's like,
the lectures that once you wasted a minute, you cried?
not probably
It's gone.
that like direct, but yeah, definitely implied. I do feel. Do you? But I also like mornings because it's more flexible. I'm not getting more hours. And so I think that's too short on myself.
You're welcome. You're like, that's a
Thanks. So I love mornings where I'm like, I can just
How long have you been at
anyone
it?
I might be
Okay.
See, I'm not talking about kind of like mid-afternoon. Like, but that's when I'll go make a time out because it's like before school and work are done. So it's really only kind of like people who are working or like it's very sparse.
I've heard it. Here's the else that I'm really familiar with now.
Like in the morning.
I don't have that. They haven't given me
Curious how much all this stuff getting you guys was
over the private
sludge.
Yeah. And that's what I want.
What is the private?
Yeah, the thing
Really great.
Where do you guys get most of your
had been working with last year.
Interesting.
Actually, everyone.
That there was like a rupture and then she just like it just
And what
still
population
8 months later I just
work with?
I saw a lot.
the very thing
And this wasn't like my intention, but I've got a lot of like wrestlers
and I don't
and I'm also
yeah, and so just kind of like reading early and stuff, great when there's repair.
Or actually, no, you're doing a nurse in this room. Because you're thinking about that.
What's it like working with him?
Actually great, you know, like whenever I first went to school, I felt like I was like really terrified.
Like one of my
I don't know, you know,
the
but
theme
like
is
I've always felt like always my parents is horribly so weird, but yeah. So I don't know. So that would all that show, yeah. That's really what my clients right? Yeah, it's like
and what I'm fascinated by when it comes to
I might have to come back to next time and be like, so that was a shit show, wasn't it?
and then there's others that I actually know who I identify with. I think it's
Yeah, it's your shine. Exactly. Yeah, I thought I did. I thought I knew specifically what I didn't want to work with and what I did. That's where I tried to do it. I
don't shy away, but I
stuff is kind of
There's still barriers, yeah. Validating of like being present and like
There's talking about let's call it what it is. You're not changing.
as opposed to like offering.
This is not
Especially over the last 7 years, really, I think attachment. But then like questioning attachment. Yeah. Like, is this
But I just wasn't, I wasn't.
Okay, everybody, I think we're ready to get back started.
But it's
Just be yes, right?
Oh, it's in college.
Just small world, so. Hi. How are you? Good. Good to see you. Alicia, I would, to be honest, like, don't feel bad about it because you're reminded of your face. Okay. Yeah. I was like, I do know. Yeah. We've met. I think we talked about like horses or.
Yeah, I have that.
Are you in the horse?
I thought he was vague about that.
All right, stop taking selfies and let's go.
Yeah, I mean, like, we are ready, so come on.
Oh, I said the wrong thing.
And sit down. That's it.
Okay, got it.
Sitting back there.
Hey, Cover Girls.
Okay, welcome back. I'm going to show you a video from, what's the title, Murder.
How to get away with
How to get away with murder. And, but I don't, it's a therapy session, but I don't want you to pay attention to the therapist. I want you to pay attention to the patient. I want you to pay attention to what does this patient stir in you, and how do you imagine you would speak to this patient if she was your patient? How would you engage this patient? Okay? So, here we go.
Dear Sam, my therapist is making me do this. Dear Sam, did you ever make your patients write letters to dead people? Dear Sam, did you hear the house burnt down? Dear Sam, your sister's suing me for the house even though it was never hers. I'm doing a class action case and Bonnie almost ruined it. Living in a hotel with a bunch of sad, horny divorcees. My mother has dementia. I'm an alcoholic. I haven't had sex in 6 months. I was put in jail. My reputation's a disgrace. I'm lonely. Nobody likes me. I'm a joke. Dear Sam, I didn't write the letter.
Winner.
Had a car accident at 8 months. He died.
I'm sorry.
I know you're just doing your job, bringing up Wes, Sam. But this. It was years of feeling like my body was broken. Sticking myself with needles. Fighting with Sam about it. This was even what I wanted. To finally hearing his heartbeat. That was a real loss. Of him, me. Who I was before all this. I killed us both.
Were you drinking?
No, someone hit me.
So it was an accident. You didn't kill him.
No, stop. I'm opening up like you want me to, and you keep steering me someplace to get me to feel something that you think I should be feeling. Let me feel guilty.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you feel.
Well, you do. So does everyone, the whole world. Always makes me feel I'm not right the way I am. Sam wanting me to be the mother, my clients wanting me to be a hero. I can't be all those things. I can't be strong all the time. I'll say something.
I think you're stronger than anyone else would be in your shoes.
I'm not.
Look at the evidence, everything you survived. You lost a child. That pain alone is enough to level a parent. But you got up and you fought for your life.
I tried to take my life. After that picture, it was my worst nightmare that followed me home. To an empty nursery, a body producing milk to a child that wasn't there. Sam watching over me every minute, trying to fix it. Oh, I want a drink. You guys. As a mother, I wanted to die with my son. And I really tried. Sleeping pills. Bonnie found me on the bathroom floor and took me to the hospital. Sam never knew. She's suicidal?
When you sat with your patient, what kinds of things got aroused in you?
Silence.
Pardon?
Silence.
Silence?
Feeling the need to be silent.
Okay.
Like kind of this like sacred hush in the moment that she had something to say. I wanted to be silent to hear her.
Okay.
And maybe,
Anxious.
maybe her memory of is in that grief, so she lets go. I felt like she was trying to explain to him that she needed to hold on to it. That there was something valuable for her in her pain.
What did that stir in you?
The same.
Grief.
Grief?
Her grief, and then how that connects to my own grief.
Huh? Yeah. Other thoughts, Rhea?
I kind of felt a couple different things. Definitely the sense of like thinking back to some of my clients and just thinking about how real the human experience can be. And sometimes like just wanting to just sit in that and not be fixed and not be told like, oh no, like it's okay, you don't have to feel that way, like it's gonna be fine, like here, do this, do that. Sometimes it's just like, no, I'm just like sad and I just want to be sad and just let me be sad. And you know, she kind of talked about being strong all the time, which is a very real experience for Black women. It's kind of this sense of like, I have to be strong, I have to be powerful. People are always looking at me and being like, oh, you're so strong. Black women are like beautiful and magical and all these things, and it's like, I don't want to be that, and I shouldn't have to be that. And continuously hearing that your whole life of like, be strong, be this, it's just like, it's exhausting and it's draining. It's like, when can I just be weak? When can I just be vulnerable? And why do I always have to kind of put on this show and be this for everybody else?
Yes.
If I were her, if I were her therapist, I think I'd be distracted by my own, I'm now calling it my damnable sense of judgment when she scolded me for let me feel guilty. And my immediate reaction was, no, that's not the right way to be. That won't take you in the right place. You need to get past, and I'd be saying no to the very thing she's telling me she needs to be at the time. And that's that thing that keeps popping up with me is that I don't like to be judgmental. I don't want to be judgmental. I don't like to think of myself as judgmental, and yet I think I'm judgmental.
Yeah. And you have an outcome that she's not looking for. Right? And how do we get aligned with that? Other? Yeah.
I felt anxious, really anxious. I think for me it was this feeling I think that maybe most clinicians get at times, which is to have a solution, right? And I just kept trying to like navigate that piece of let me just get the fuck out of my head and sit here. But then dealing with that piece of, okay, what do you need from me? But not wanting to say anything. And Jess and I were talking about earlier about, which I think is a recurring thing that I need to reflect on, is just going slow. And my uncomfortability with going slow. Yeah.
Okay. So now let's push this a bit.
Oh man, okay.
I won't pick on you. You've been a wonderful participant. Any one of you. Let's go to the piece that she says. Say something. What are you going to do? What? Well, say something.
You're guilty as hell.
Fuck you.
Right back at you.
Well, and back at you. Did you lose a son?
What business of it is yours? What if I have?
I want to know. I want to know.
No, I did not lose a son.
And what the fuck do you know?
I lost my own child.
Okay? You win. I'm just kidding. You see, the thing that I want to point out here is, one, we see what this person in particular, this therapist does. Not that, I wanted you to feel this patient, right? And I think you all did. And you feel something very powerfully. And so lesson number one is, that's where the work is. You've got to attend to that affect that gets aroused in you. The second thing is that it is common for us to do, as you brought to our attention, that you're not alone in that, is to say you're okay.
No.
You weren't drunk. You're a strong woman. Anybody who's done what you've done is totally, but who's that for?
No.
Because you felt her, right? And she scared you. She scared me. So I wanted her to feel better so I could feel better.
Which is his version of strength.
Exactly.
Right? He'd have to surrender to not be doing all of these things. He's so afraid of his own.
Right.
Like that fear. He can't be with her until
right.
He's with his inadequacy.
Yes. And then the third thing is, when we did our little role play here, what you saw happening there is that Michael came into the scene instead of watching the scene. And so his comment, what business is yours? We could say, well, Michael, that's kind of irresponsible. Or I'll say that, Michael. And that's why I came back with, it is my business, I want to know.
Yeah.
But you see, but why, at the same time, I would say, Michael risked himself into that session. And then he followed, he stayed with me, right, in the session. And so we take these risks, because what I would hear in that, you can help me out if I'm wrong, but you were also getting angry at her. She was angry at you. There was anger in this fucking room. There's a lot going on. This woman has tried to kill herself. She's alone. She's fighting like hell not to be an alcoholic. And everybody's telling her to do this. And all of a sudden you feel Michael is in it. And he actually, what he said is less important than, it's kind of less important than what is the impact of what he said and if he's willing to stay in it. And so he and I got into a talk, a dialogue of meaning and of emotional depth because of being in it rather than trying to stay outside of it. Is that all? Are you all seeing how critical that is? And again, I will say it's difficult to make that shift, right? Because to say, I don't want to tell you, it's none of your business. But in his mind, Michael's probably going, wait a minute, do I really mean that? Is it her business? Why am I in her business and she can't be in my business? That's her whole story. This is an idea of a deep self, radical openness thinking. It's like, why did I say that? Where did that come from? What could that be connected to? And what is the outcome now of our relationship because it's now out and been said? Yes?
And she wants to know when you were weak. Just like you wanted to know when Michael was weak.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Patient said to me the other day, something she said I said that I had no idea I said, so I still don't know. We've got to work it out. But she said I told her that she scared me. And I thought, I don't think I said that. And then I thought, she does scare me. So that's a thought. I don't know who said what, but scare is now in the room. See what's going on there?
I felt a lot of fear, and then my own, I think being pregnant, a lot of fear, but then my own coping to want to fight back, right? Like my own family system of, I'm going to make this, like, you're not gonna scare me.
Yeah.
Right? Like overcompensation, so how do you?
Yes, and why this discussion is good, because that's that, and then when you were talking about, I think she would need this, this, and this, right? And then I said, and what feeling did she create in you? you had a deep emotional thing, right? It hit you somewhere. So now the patient has hit us. They've gotten us. And now that's where the work is. But do you see how quick it is? Like you said, my defensiveness goes up, my therapeutic goodness enters in, and I want to say the right thing. I want to say the thing that'll turn this volume down because it's too much, it's too scary. But then when I said, well, what were you feeling? Wow, then we had the material. Right? And the material wasn't about the patient. I mean, it was about the patient, but it was okay. This material is about the patient. It's about her fear. It's about her anxiety. It's about her defensiveness. It's about her whatever. But we didn't get there until we were in touch with our own defensiveness, our own fears, our own anxieties. That's that idea of we find our patients in ourselves. Yeah.
So I have this question then, and I'm not sure how others do this. So it's just really open to anyone, but there is also this feeling of pity and expressing pity to a client. Like it's one of those things like you that juggle between like sympathy and empathy, and then
Sorry.
I don't know. It's just like I also feel like this pity, but I think it's also about a reflection of me. Like I didn't go through this right, or I'm not sure about articulating it the right way. But this uncomfortable feeling of like wanting to connect, and the way I'm connecting right now is through pity, or like, oh, I feel so sorry for you,
Yeah.
and like that disconnect, that experience.
Like sympathize with them or to?
So the first part, what I want to say is all of you had some sort of word or a phrase or an experience. So work with pity. So pity comes up. That's an experience that you're having. And then what I think people are tempted to do is, well, she doesn't want to be pitied, so I don't want to pity her. She doesn't want to, she wants something, but she's not looking for pity, etc. And I'm saying pity came up. Pity's in the room. What the hell are you going to do with pity? That's, again, you're saying I'm asking you and myself not to erase the emotion that showed up in me. It has something to go on. And we metabolize. That's a very important piece of this. What are we metabolizing? Well, I have to metabolize pity. Then we do the linking. Go through here. Like, what could this be connected to? I don't know for sure, but I'm doing my mind. I'm doing my work. And if I think then to my patient and try to link it to what she said, I'll just use pity. Just going, I don't want pity, right? Saying, people are always telling me what to do. They think they know better, etc. Leave me alone. So now to me, pity has some purpose here. I'm being drawn into reenacting and doing to her what other people do to her. Now you see how we can use whatever thing emerges in us. And then I have to find the word to bring that experience to the patient. So I'm trying to teach multiple things here. One, how important I've said your experience is, and to not lose that until you work it through. And as you work it through, that the patient works it through with you. So, because of time, I'll try and work your emotion of pity. I might say something like, I'm finding myself wanting to do the very thing that you're absolutely furious at me about. I want to do to you what everybody else is doing to you. See what happened there? That I was able to use myself to say, I'm catching myself to do the same thing. I'm going to pity you. And she's saying, well, why? I should have stopped without that because it's a really good example. So now I'm trying to answer the why. When I role play it back, she goes, why? I would say, I think it's easier for me to pity you because it's a horrific story than it is for me to be with you. You see how that? I'm wondering right now what comes to my mind. I'm wondering if you can feel Like I just felt when I worked that pity thing right now, a movement in me, like a deep love for her, for example, and a sacredness of being in relationship with her by keeping that going alive. And I'm wondering if you can see by working your mind on behalf of the patient and utilizing yourself, how enlivening and sacred it becomes. Because emotionally now 2 people are alive in the room. And when we see the video, we have somebody who pities her and probably has an emotion about it. And a very, very emotional experience going on. And those 2 should not be that far apart. At the same time, your pity could go, I'm so sorry for you, I'm so sorry for you, you could be crying and all that sort of stuff. That's all your shit. Because you haven't metabolized that pity. You haven't gone deeper into yourself to find where is that pity coming from. And you haven't gone deep enough to go, oh, I don't want her pain. And so it's easier for me to pity than it is to pity. Other thoughts or feelings?
Well, the feeling that I was having was just powerlessness.
Uh-huh.
And knowing that there is no fix here. There is nothing that I can possibly say or do in this moment to change anything that you just shared with me. The risk of, you know, what I want to say is how courageous you are in just telling me this.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to work with that. And she's
Please.
gone, and thank you for letting me. She's gone, what the hell am I here for? You're helpless, you're powerless, you don't know what to do with me. So, hello, that's my story, sir. I'm out the door. And so this idea, when we talk about courageous speech, discipline, spontaneity, there's a couple things that we often will want to say you are to a patient. You're feeling this or you're feeling that. Useless. The other is I'm feeling this, I'm feeling that. Useless. I love saying shit like that because it's not all useless, but it's, you know, I gotta make my point. That's my point. So if I say to her, your agony, I feel powerless to help you. The patient is left with what? Okay, so what am I left with? Now, I'll take that same thing and go, because sometimes the same sentence can mean something completely different. So let's try to use, I feel powerless. So let me think about that. You see the difference now? I'm saying, I am feeling powerless, but I'm wondering why I am here in this space right now with you. And the patient and I then get to be collaborative now towards the level of powerlessness. And where that will probably take us is, that's what I am going through every day. I have all this experience. And so powerless again, just like pity, has power. If just by saying it, it has nothing. By metabolizing it and co-metabolizing it with the patient, it has power. Y'all following me?
I feel like there's this piece of like false empowerment, the urge to empower that actually removes power from her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what I was thinking was being strong sucks.
Right.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Nobody can do that.
Yeah. So then now you see, by going further with I feel powerlessness, you're getting closer to her experience. This is really cool stuff, actually. So I'm really into it. I'm hoping you're into it. Getting it. Getting there. And I also, the whole timing thing today has been so awful. My cholesterol pills are available though at the Park Hills. So I'll be picking them up, I guess. Okay, we have to stop. And I don't want to, because I feel like we're in the middle of good stuff, but in sum, I hope what has come so far today, and when we work the case, it'll become clearer, is what does it mean to be working from a relational perspective? It means that there are two subjects in the group, not just one. That your mind actually really matters a lot. And that it's the working of two minds where change takes place. Not your mind on behalf of that person, or that their mind is all things. But that there is two subjectivities, two things going on that are being impacted consciously and unconsciously and affectively and repeatedly, and that's where the work is. All right, so we'll have lunch, and then at 2 o'clock, let's gather, and we have a case presentation. Thank you.
So y'all know we have charging stations for your phones if you need charging. And then after this, we've got dinner at Rodeo Goat. It's a beer, burger, Texas joint. Dinner's on us, drinks are on you. It's about 15 minutes.
Yeah, literally everyone is invited.
Yeah,
Dinner
everybody.
is taken care of. So after we're done for the day at 4, please join us there. Spend a little bit of more time with Roy, chatter amongst yourselves, learn from each other, learn who each other are, be with each other.
And again, this is the most hospitable experience I've had. So I'm sure it had something to do with Texas. It has a lot to do with Michael and Shayla. So again, thank you so much.
Everyone please thank Sharon for lunch. The
love
Renfrew
have a
Center
little
was
fight.
so nice. To provide breakfast, lunch, we'll have a snack this afternoon. So we'll meet back up at 2 and we will watch a case consult and see what these guys do best.
It was good though, because you were the number one. What's your business? Then you had a good cut. It's like, ooh.
Might as well be.
Okay.
That has to be. That it's here and that there's.
Unless it's just me. I don't think I'm this.
Yes. Tonight or.
It's like come back at 6 o'clock. I'll just show up.
Good seeing you guys.
Like Dr. James.
How do y'all know each other? I think it's like one of the main ways. We've all worked there at some point. Innovation 360. 360. That's the highway? No.
Innovation 360.
Innovation. At first I thought the highway.
We all had a
Where do you live? Is that on like my
I imagine they're like.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
stop.
I think what they. I think they.
Okay, got it. That's right.
Yeah, I want to know.
Yeah, and they may not, so I'm not necessarily trying to,
Did.
on some.
But that's the funny thing is like, there is a project. I mean, like, your shirts, you know, like, so it's just like an interesting.
Yes, I think it's gonna get even more interesting, as
I'm
we
in
get some
Denver.
into it, and as we actually start to train. And then
there's something about it, the brothers are not that loud, and they're gonna be like.
Which is why I know all of them.
And everybody knows my brother.
I mean, he was one. Not all.
Yeah, they're not laughing, but we're just recording it. And we're gonna be editing all this stuff. Yeah. So, can I do this stuff?
They didn't know.
Yeah. That was in Dallas for a minute.
What was it called? They
There's always a second reminder.
Timely
My
MD.
brother would
Timely
take
MD work a lot, mainly college
Going to
students.
university, it would be.
That's wild.
And,
Staying
it's over in Fort
with
Worth.
Carmen,
But
staying.
most
So there was,
therapists.
yes, it was pushed. It's cute. I mean, it's
Somebody from all over the
my
states.
brother got
Plus Puerto Rico.
with the posting it, he was blabbing away.
Have,
You know,
they interact with.
I have many of you guys know. No,
You're in Dallas?
We left home, and when he would come home and be like, Dad, prodigal son, Daddy cat, and all this sort of stuff. So people were like, am I gonna go? You know?
As all the suburbs, because I know even I have friends that and they they distinguish that from Dallas.
Yeah.
I only went to Dallas a couple times, you know. But I'm like not a fan for Dallas. It's all Dallas. But it's the suburbs where like this Carrollton feel.
So there was all of them.
Like Carrollton.
Right?
And I'm very
There was.
Dang it, free dinner. What is that?
Inappropriately touched me.
And how did you end up?
Place that in.
Well,
And also, and so that was all. Again, being having multiple experiences.
If y'all want to.
Can we?
That wasn't traditional, but I wasn't.
No, I'm saying at the table. All the public tables?
Well, the idea of multiple parts.
There's like a.
Now, are you, have y'all already?
So those childhood
Okay.
Oh, you're not alone anymore. It was right there.
Are you going to dinner?
Oh, I end up there.
It's up to me. I don't know. Amanda, don't tell me.
And so she's you bought it. And then there was no. Yeah. Just like so much.
Cool. I'm glad he lived as long as he died.
See, but I'm.
And there's
Yes, and like some of the dialogue why I was
Which that was great.
for me to say why
You what?
and the sort of the growing of the high rises. It's in Plano, technically. So it's their proximity to downtown. And when I go home, it's
We're Highland Park, not being from like. Yeah.
when I had a son, as a grandfather,
in independent and private and solo practice.
That's all of those things absolutely.
And are you looking for any
I don't know if I'm in a transition spot, and I don't know if it's
also
gonna be home or not. So I'm doing like a hybrid model. So 2 days, like Clarksville, kind of like, you know, like the downtown Whole Foods is? Kind of, it's kind of like adjacent to downtown. So I'm there 2 days. I see. And then light. 3 days. So then I actually did my life. So, yeah, I'm trying to carve out space. So that's kind of like really nice right now, but I am trying to figure out if I'm I'm in it's like a little house. It's beautiful and it's awesome, but it's also so I guess
I got mine.
I gotta holler at something wrong.
Really torture back here. Physical therapy, saw a doctor. Pardon me? I think a combination of things, every so often, first, then go on, tired, and go 4 days, 2 days or 3 days, all intact stuff, and the other 2 days, pretty much finished work out. And last time she sprained her back. She put on the side. That's in repetitions of those, that strenuous activity.
Yes.
So long and short of that, she did it again. But then, at some point, she was just like, like that happened again. So anyway, somebody was not there.
Thank you so much for telling me, not just keeping it to yourself. No, no.
Earlier that day, we had a plumbing problem. I had cancer, white rock, stage 3 show. So I had
I'll talk to you later about it.
I wonder if he was like uncovering
I people are so weird. I love art I don't know if they make jerseys, but they use it.
But I imagine
Yeah, exactly.
That's looking at this. I know. What are you feeling about that?
That feels right. That feels right.
What did it say?
I'm driving sick from my car.
That doesn't do that anymore. That was my old phone. Very responsive.
That's on Grace.
And then you weren't coming to parcel.
Is that the sole reason you started?
But you were the first inspiration.
This little girl has a bird.
This little girl has been all good all
That's how I operate in my life. But it's not right.
I
I don't know what you got to say about my story. Can we start one
That was mine.
My narcissism.
His were not mine. I'm not here nor there.
My one's a weird. Yeah. Not at the same time, but with schedules, they do.
I'm Scott.
I haven't been in one. I went to one in August.
I really like this.
And I think that's still not good.
You're asking her to be in your front
No, I'm asking her to affirm that the reason she joined that group is you don't know that one is, but we could just do that. Yeah, my schedule had allowed. Yeah, several.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fire a couple places.
That's why I love your audience.
Had a good range.
I struggle with and then sometimes I'm serious, but I still want to be funny. Or the opposite. Nice. Of course.
I think it's
What is that?
just feel like I have to run around. Like, I'm like, it's too heavy for me to wear, but then it's also like too low
Hi, I'm Alicia. Nice to meet you.
So the list is Nick.
Got it. This is Ryan.
Oh. Maybe How we doing with that?
She understands. I'm only there like 3 hours. Yeah, and then I'm off to Perfect, you know? Oh, nice. Okay, he's great. I found myself wishing he could be my therapist.
There was also a time where I found myself wanting to be his
Amanda's funny that you said that after I had my beard out. I didn't really care about it before, but then after my surgery,
That's so yeah. I mean, that's really how we've seen it anyway, right? Yeah, it's very much
So what's just
So,
about 20 minutes after this is back. But it's like the red card. Go ahead. It was really
But no, it's the only ground
It felt like, yeah, not
They have yours and this, so there's something on there.
where it's like,
They're not enough.
Okay, cool.
There's Friday.
Just you wait.
Sheila, can I? Yeah, I knew that whenever I sat there, like, oh, something to come up
Which I think that part of it is I kind of like that. And like, it's really fun. I mean, it's, honestly, I have no idea. I was expecting it to be this.
Thursday. None of the things were true. Thursday was. How you doing there, Mama? Oh my gosh.
Actually, what
And I was kind of looking around and what I could do, so I've been in the neighborhood for about 20 years.
At least what I'm getting into.
I worked in the magazines, and, 4 of us went to lunch, and I knew everybody, my best friends, we were going to lunch. And one of them turned to me and said, I don't care for a job. So, my whole life, child died, and then the magazine shop, be out and about all the time, phone call, so, that's how I ended up there. So I got tired and she really didn't mind because it got to the point she didn't try my shit.
We had already gone through earlier divorce and marriage. It's just bad mouthing your friend. Well, you may not want to be married. She's okay. Anyway, she wanted to have dinner with food game. Talk about this. My wife is giving me a new table. The whole idea really like going into why I feel is where we are. It saves us
Oh, well, this person is more ready.
It's one of those things.
It's, I see it, but then it's the.
It's here, it's in Florida and it's in Philadelphia. Philadelphia would have 50 beds and in Florida it has.
Oh, really? That's funny. So all the normal? I did it. Are you
Coincidentally, you'll have a patient from Dallas, if you want to go to Philadelphia, you can call your grandparents, something like that. For school, right there in your I don't know. I don't think you've ever done that. You just, it's just like, virtual has taught them as people.
Yeah, so my life has had
We'll probably do a hybrid
everything, so. But. His wife Sheila, the one that's put up the thing.
Nobody. Same thing every
So, but then there's been
I'm still kind of.
I actually threw my
So, yeah, and I make my oatmeal, blueberries.
So we just, I go to their house and we're doing our house. And she comes to our house. Yeah.
And steak, protein shake. Every day.
I love that. I like virtual rhythm.
My favorite time though is the locker room. Finest peaches in the world are right in my little store. So they actually go out to the farm, they pick it, it's so snotty, it's so good.
You live in Washington, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What part? Where do you live?
Seattle.
Okay. I was born in Bellevue.
Oh, you were? Well,
Yeah.
I, 2 miles from South.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. My grandma had a house there.
Oh, really? Cool. When did you move here?
Well, I moved away from Seattle whenever I was like 2 or 3.
Okay.
I haven't been back very often, but I love it there. My now husband hasn't seen like where.
When's the last time you were there?
More than 5 or 6 years.
Even in
Really? Yeah.
Amazon. Well, Bellevue too. Bellevue. All of Seattle. Crazy Bellevue. But downtown, Amazon took over. Down to Seattle.
Wow, and they took the whole thing. Oh my gosh, it's nice.
But they're also building.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's, and then the other side,
Right.
now our city.
Well, that's one of the, like.
I'm a liberal, I guess. Whatever I am, I don't know what to do. Why I want to be okay. Good. I'm a liberal.
You can be who you are.
So I'm critiquing my
I'm in the middle of the ceremonies, but then they still like to go on Saturday to like stay at home.
So that's just one part of the community. This part of it, just because they Basically, they're saying, I don't want to do that, I don't know what else to do. And even some of the artists, well, they build Indian great, they sort of really work over here. And so then we should agree. Because one of the terrors is you are located in Tennessee. Somebody should say, we have all over the county.
There are definitely some there's some good ones.
Take that group that
My friends are there, that we have after school care and all those things. And
We have a new
mom
mayor
is
that might take that on.
stay at home.
That's
good.
like anything, politically.
Things. So I feel strongly also because especially
Like, I feel like a lot of.
but I definitely feel like I'm definitely involved with practice more.
In our case here in Dallas, like,
I just called Ryan. I gotta see some clients, and I have transitioned all that out. So he was like, well, since I'm
do wanna go back.
I actually pulled clients reached out. They were like,
it's gonna be jarring, it's very different than it used to be.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Especially with
True. Then it was COVID. That was one of the
22 years old. Or the qualified, or been able to do that. And
So we were
the
just
next person.
super, and I had surgery.
There's a reason.
So it was bad. Yeah, it's okay.
There's a lot of money there.
But yeah, it's a good time.
Now we're I'm like, I didn't learn myself or anyone else.
Have you been up to Dallas?
I was not afraid of
Yeah,
was the other was like
Washington Town,
I was paralyzed because
Okay.
function in my own space.
How would you describe that?
Like,
All the
could not
houses
sleep,
are like,
even when you slept.
it is, it's out.
Like, I couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was strange. So,
Philly, not mountain.
so we're prepping.
Right?
Well,
Lots of big
you can see Vancouver Act.
Last time,
Good time.
hospital with me.
7 minutes. Oh, good. Because everybody's, I turned It's just oddly about it.
But yes, so like navigating is really good. It's nice to hear like, it doesn't last forever, that just, it's like, it's not, you know what I mean, it's not.
What would you like to be for Wednesday? What would you like to be for Wednesday?
That's just funny.
Your what? Your sounds, oh, guilt.
Where in the world?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're around there.
That's kind of where bears are.
Right. Exactly. Well, there's a lot of different kinds of bears. There's also polar bears. It's not one of the.
I think you want to be a grizzly bear. The Canadian Rockies. Did I get it? Okay. It's a little walk, but I've got killer bears. Alright, what do you want to do? For one day.
Follow that up.
Like an occupation.
Yeah. Hey, look, it could be anything.
Can also be a photo.
Yeah.
So, but it's.
Take your time, I have no idea what I'm gonna say. Think about me as
I changed my phone.
Oh, no. Queen of the world.
I'm the world.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, just the first time.
You're gonna run out of here
Look at
forever.
you, you're trying to.
Oh, I will keep thinking. Maybe I'll be back at a time that's my turn.
That's what I found.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
One of those like mountain people that you see on the TV with the
I still
plug or
love
whatever.
it.
And they can
Twenty
so
four seven.
I'd love to try that for a day.
This day is
But I already know like what I'm doing.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Not-
skilled.
Yeah, still not perfect, just for.
But like if I put her down, you know, just like Sunday
Say
school.
still not. You're here.
You're already off. You're already
I don't think they're called Alright.
I mean, average. Like, no, that's real. These things, like, I maybe I also would be vegetarian for that. Just, I don't think I'd get like a push. I don't want to get an animal grade.
How many we have?
I don't want to be.
We have a lot of.
I actually.
And Jack's on his side.
I think you can have someone do that for you.
Yeah, I don't want to work. What
So, yeah.
Alright, so I'm done with being wife. But there's two things I want to keep. I've always understood. One is food. I love the offer. It's so
Yeah, it's all out there.
Like on an Olympic day or like on an average day?
A lot of moms would just be like, come right in. My brother asked me, one vanilla and one chocolate.
That'd be awesome.
Like synchronized.
I don't care about the synchronized stuff. Yeah.
No, he wants to be there.
Are you doing it on your own, like on nature, or are you impressing people?
I think it's just that I want to do either that or do like arena suits.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool too. Yeah.
It's an enormous gift. I'm like, I have to shower. And I have to be attentive to the
You might want to buy that.
So nice.
Ratings.
Pretty fast, yeah.
You do what? Oh, yeah.
I like the Myers.
Sure, or about. Oh, Shayla. Yeah, actually, talk to Ryan. Because, in our little thing, he has all the articles. In fact, if you want to read the articles, we're reading in the program. He has all the files. But there's also the video of Shayla. He's been very outspoken. And respected.
Exactly, and so when you come in there, she'd be like, okay, go cast.
I remember downstairs.
Yes.
And like that.
And then the guy was on the ass, spray also. I remember when my friends would spray it in their car, so it would smell really good. It was very like, and you could just like, twist it and like in your mouth.
It was like 24.
Oh, here, we have one more person.
I really haven't thought much about it.
Okay, we're gonna tell you what here's, no, we've got it all. So you didn't care, so we get to tell you what we think you should be.
Oh, which is funny, I'm like,
Okay.
probably. I'm trying to bet like that, and like whatever I'm doing.
That's how you figure it out.
Wait, what did you say? What was your? Not like your phone number or your Enneagram.
Don't worry. Yes, dear, we're ready, yes. Not ready. So you got away with it, so you, I think.
Okay. Over, and then have the black chairs sort of on either side of the couch so you guys can kind of have like a semicircle.
Right.
Okay.
I just graduated. Like,
Yeah,
how about you?
I have my name and help here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so did you drive there? Or do you live there?
This maybe a little darker on the hair.
Yeah. So are you from the Dallas area or are you from over there? Okay.
I'm sure she does.
Mm-hmm. I like Dallas. You've been what?
Small wife of mine.
Yeah, you
Dallas.
There's actually,
Lots of business.
there's a great.
What's Marshall like? Is it small town?
Can you guys sit there to make sure that I have the camera angle right? Can y'all sit there so I can make sure I have the camera angle right? Sorry, I think we could not.
Well, that's fine. Do what you do.
We might do chairs
instead. We might do chairs instead. Just give them a seat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
okay.
they're in the middle of nowhere anymore. They're developing.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
that's what I meant. Like,
They just
have
like,
two people sit on the couch and a chair and a chair.
I would like all of us that are in implementation to be in the black chairs, yeah. Situated.
Ryan, y'all just move the couch back where it goes then.
I think we should move this.
everything, it's like 16 hours.
So that.
I have not,
chairs into the center space right here.
Quite a bit.
Sorry, we're kind of having to rearrange. Everyone bear with us.
Redecorating the space.
So I move all of this stuff around weekly, depending on, like, we have meditation in here every other week, and so we clear it out so we can have meditation blanket. Like, we change it all the time. Excuse me, sorry.
Put everything on read.
That's right.
Yeah. Stephanie, I may have to ask you to move because the camera is right here. What nice.
Am I blocking it entirely? It's okay, I'll move the camera.
Is it just for this thing?
Yeah.
I think that's good. I think that's good. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
It's just down the street.
Pardon me. Excuse me.
Should I? Well, you're making great content.
I know. Should we move closer in the back?
One of the things we have found is that when we're doing this, we tend to get our therapist voices. So it can be harder to hear in the back, but we'll work on projectors. Yeah.
Okay. I'm moving closer.
Just like be really friendly. Nope, you're good. Yeah, can you just send that? Just to make sure. Yeah, it looks perfect.
Yeah, we want to do, I mean.
Yeah, he is.
Just say it.
As a client, I don't trust therapists whose books are all perfect. It tells me they don't use them.
Well, really kind of, they're true. Like we are looking at it's all true about I can't do it. You guys wanting to be there.
They're going to be really for all of us. Is that going to fit?
I mean, I might fit.
Is there a way? Is there a way?
But listen,
that's a part of it.
This is actually part of a chapter that's applicable to whatever it is you're doing.
Did Ryan show you?
I always want to go on here.
Did you pick the Barbara Brown Taylor book, The Silver
Making
She's one of my wife's favorite authors.
Are you? My only intention was we need to do something as a sober offering to go with our sober. That was what we came up with.
That's fine.
That's visually stimulating.
Can you say
See, Rory, this is how you do it.
I want to see my name.
Where's me?
not to have a name.
Yes, but you have to sit like that the whole
That
time.
wouldn't be a
That's not a
word.
problem. I am here for it though. There we go. Am I out of the picture?
I got it.
I'm looking at it now. It's just what I just want to back to the copy. It's just the hard part.
I heard Jeremy say that when we're in these processes, sometimes our voices get pretty low and shallow. So you'll have to really listen up, and we will try and project, but it'll be kind of tricky at times, I would say. So if you want to get closer, get as close as you can. As we begin, I want to tell you to talk about two things. One is I just would like to do in sum. One of my supervisees asked me one time, in this work as a relationalist, what is the difference between the mind of the patient and my mind? Like, is it just a free-for-all kind of thing? And it's one of the arguments actually against relational models. Is it just sort of a relational sit-down kind of thing? And so I wrote in sum the difference between what is expected of the patient's mind and what is expected of our minds. And so I want to give that to you because I'm wanting to set up how I would hope you would be listening to this presentation here. So when I sit with the patient, what my mind is attending to are the various self and affective states that are being activated within in me with this particular person in this particular setting at this particular time. So every session is a new event. And I'm attending to all these multiplicities of self and bodily and emotional experiences. Secondly, I'm curious about how this relation is patterning and how this pattern may be linked to the patient's formative years, their culture, their traditions, their traumas, the developmental arrests, attachments, and how these influencers have formed this patient's view of themselves and their interpersonal style of relatedness. I was asked during the break, like, what influenced me in this particular way? And one of the things that I think psychology has not done correctly is left everything to early caregiving. And so many things have influenced me besides my mother's breast. Just want to say, I hadn't thought about that until just now.
Her other breast influence.
It was the left one that had the most impact. Knowing my very efficient mother, she probably didn't breastfeed me. She probably just gave me a bottle and said, go. But anyway, so really it's important. There's so many multiple influences. And so I want to be mindful of all those varieties, if you will, that have formed and shaped me and my patient. I want to be listening to the uncanny, to the unconscious. So like, for example, we had pity showed up. Like, where the hell did that come from? I want to be very attuned to these unconscious arousals that are happening, that are trying to show up. And they often show up in very unexpected places, both within the patient and in the therapist self and in the in-between. So I pay attention not only to the dreams of the patient, but also to my own that might have something to do with the patient. And I tend to the unusual thoughts that pass through my mind, asking what do these thoughts and feelings have to do with the patient? To the gaps, the contradictions, the dissociations within the patient's narrative. We also attend to what we forget, and we saw that demonstrated in our talk this morning as well. What we're not wanting to hear, what patterns may be developing, and why. And I'm very interested in how our own personal narrative gets activated, and I wonder why. Historically, we've been told that countertransference belongs outside the therapeutic relationship. We're saying it actually belongs in the relationship. In fact, it's a key component of the therapeutic experience, as long as we're asking why. Why now? Why with this patient? What has this got to do with anything? Why is my story in this room? And we try to figure out what is being replicated, what is being repeated, recreated, and then engage in the inevitable conflicts. If we work this way, there will be conflict, right? Because we're giving up empathy, if you will, or pseudo-empathy, I would say. And we're moving into, like you saw just in the role play between Michael and myself, there's activity, there's action, or you saw in the video how there was a disconnect, right, from the therapist and the patient, because he was staying in a professional role rather than a professional relational role. And so we are into the whole idea of working through the conflicts that come to be. Lou Aaron said this: I learned to reflect on my mind because another person regards me as having a mind to reflect on. Love that. And if you, well, I was going to say if you knew him, but you didn't, but I did, fortunately. I can almost feel him saying that, and the little fun he had in saying it, right? And my discovery of this is a discovery that the person has a mind too. Love that. And that's that pathos of Aaron. And I only become conscious of myself because someone else takes me to be a self. I'm going to say that again. I will say, my book, I'm very grateful because it wouldn't have happened the way it did happen without Lou Aaron, and so I'm tremendously grateful to him. And his early death is just a really tremendously unfortunate thing for our community because he brought such depth and life and vitality to the psychoanalytic literature and mind. But I'll read it one more time. I learned to reflect on my mind because another person regards me as having a mind to reflect on. And my discovery of this is a discovery that the person also has a mind. And I only become conscious of myself because someone else takes me to be a self. It's really good shit. So that's introduction A, introduction B, and then introduction C. You guys are C. Introduction B is I want to tell you about the MAL approach that we'll be working with here. So Jeremy is going to present a case. So I'll tell you what the 5 words mean. Muse, affect, repetition, recreation, articulation, and learning. And it's not linear. It could come in any kind of form along the way. But what we will be doing is Jeremy will provide a case. And just as I asked you to pay attention to your affective states when you were watching the video, I want you to not be listening to Jeremy so much and what he's doing right or wrong or what you would do if you were Jeremy. No, he's presenting us the muse. He's presenting us the patient for us to reflect upon. And one of the beauties that we've discovered in using this model is that 4 different people will have 4 different experiences of the patient. And so many things happen, but one is the person presenting now has 4 different kinds of experiences that they didn't have, but somebody else did, and how that expands their understanding of themselves and their patient. And then there's also kind of the magic that even though all of these are different, they all lead kind of to the same issue that is going on in the therapeutic encounter and what it's pushing for. It's been quite lovely to observe and work with. Affect, affect, affect. I think if you haven't heard that yet from me, and the viscera, and you're going to find your patient through your gut, and everything else I've said about that stuff. The focus is what is stirring in you. So we're looking at the affect. What feeling, what experience, what is happening? So when you're listening to Jeremy present the case, pay attention to what is this patient's story creating in me? What am I feeling about this? The second thing is, we just recently discovered in this model that it was I assumed that the idea of how this is being repeated wasn't emphasized enough. So just this last month, we added the R into it, even though it was under metabolization. Because when you are in touch with your affect, you also want to begin to be imagining, well, how is this story a repetition of this patient's past. And how are they trying to create this story with me in order to find what has been left behind? And so this whole idea of attending to, how is this that I'm talking about actually happening and being recreated? Old terms, it's a little bit of a transference thing, but that's insufficient. That's not strong enough. The next one is metabolization. And what that is, connects back to radical openness. That our task is to be metabolizing the affective experiences that we're having and the thoughts that we're having about what's being recreated. Like, what is my mind about all of this? So again, I'll just use pity again. The idea that pity came up. So rather than throw it away, why? That's metabolization. What is going on? Where did this come from? What is this linked to? What does this have to do with me? What does this have to do with the patient? What does this have to do with us? And so it is this act of metabolization that we are growing our mind around our affective experience. Which then leads us to articulation. How am I going to speak about this? How do I offer my mind that has a metabolized mind to my patient? And then that leads to how do my patient and I now co-metabolize? How do we together work that out? So that's the model. And I just want to do one little sidebar on that is, so that's what we are trying to do as experts in the field, what our tools are, that first introduction of mind. Second is that we are trying to use our mind and think about our mind, and we have a professional responsibility to know what are the things that I'm using in my metabolizing chamber. All of that said, don't over metabolize. In other words, you heard Michael say, I don't want to tell you about that, right? Well, that was probably a little I'll just say it's a little unmetabolized. It came out, right? I would rather something come out than something be so metabolized that it no longer has any energy. In fact, one of the things we find is that when we try to get into articulation in our supervision groups, by the time the patient hears it, it is so unnoticeable almost affectively, because the therapist has sucked out all of the affective energy. Mm-hmm. And so it loses its strength and its power when it's offered to the patient. And so that's that sidebar of take a risk. Don't be too scared because, and this is the next piece, because you're not holding on to that, but that's the truth. You're not holding on to what you just said is for sure. You're throwing it out there so that you and the patient have something to work with. And if you think of it as that it's the truth, then you shouldn't say it. Like, you'll often, this line bugs the shit out of me where they'll say the patient is not ready. In fact, if never mind, I had a little thing from Gail Altman I wanted to say. But the patient is not ready, and I go, I don't think that's true. I think it's the therapist that's not ready. Because I don't know if the patient's not ready. I don't have that skill. I don't have that authority. What I do know is it showed up. It's here in the room. That means it's looking for something. It's looking for some kind of conversation. And so the idea of the patient not being ready too much implies way too much authority within the therapist to know something that they don't really know. And usually it's a protection. And if I don't think the patient is ready, I need to let the patient, I don't think you're ready for this. And I can almost hear myself going, actually, you know what? I think I'm not ready. I can almost hear myself saying that automatically. But if I didn't think the patient was ready, I would say that and say, so help me figure this out. Or I often will say, I have this crazy idea going on in my head. And I'm quite sure it's quite unformed, and I need you to help me to figure it out. And so I'll bring that. But if you're having an experience in the room with your patient, and you're saying, the patient can't bear that, no, that'll kill the energy of the therapeutic relationship. So, and usually it's because we're not ready. Any comments or questions before we move ahead with the case? Yes?
Just repeat the 5 words again.
M is for muse, A is for affect, R is for repetition / recreating. M is for metabolization. A is for articulation. And then there's an infinity sign, because you never know how all of those are going to go. And then there's an L for learning. What have we learned? So that's the supervision model. I have written it up, and I need to really write it up and let people have access to it. Because we're finding it to be pretty cool, right? It's been pretty fun. All right, no questions? Because I said so. I had a friend where she was in college and conveniently, when she was supposed to give her oral presentation, somebody knocked on the door and the professor went out. She said, well, Lynn, go ahead anyway. So Lynn gets up and says, I know none of you give a shit about this oral presentation I'm going to give today. So I'm going to sit down so you don't have to listen to it. And when the teacher asks if there's any question, the answer is no. Love that girl, right? So the professor comes in and she goes, oh, Lynn, you're finished? She says, yes, it's done. She says, any questions? And she says, no, there are none. All right. Let's make sure about time. I'll keep track of that. And why don't you each introduce yourselves to this group? And 3 of them are in the Relationally Focused Psychodynamic Certificate Program. So that's why this all happened to begin with. And all of you are going to join us into that certificate program as well. So there's no need for me to market it any further. You're just going to do it. That's all of it. It's just done. All right. So go ahead, help.
Sure.
Introduce.
My name is Jeremy Dew. I'm a licensed professional counselor and supervisor in College Station. And yes, I met Roy in 2007 at the Seattle School as a student, and then joined the RFPT program. I'm in my 3rd year now, and the 3rd year is focused more on supervising others in this model. So kind of been doing it with my supervisees for a couple years now, but that's it's helping me to formulate that further. So.
My name is Matt Inman. I'm a 3rd year as well, and I'm a therapist in private practice in Austin.
I'm Ryan Eberst, LPC as well, here in Plano. 3rd year as well, and having a group here in Plano that I supervise, including Jenna.
Yeah, I'm Jenna Tomlinson. I'm an LPC associate and had the gift of being in Ryan's group, and it's been really fun. Also here in Plano.
And very brave, because she did not know she would be a part of this group until
2 hours ago.
And now we're just going to tell her that Jeremy will not be presenting today.
And your mother's here. With the left breast.
Yep, thousands of stories, but one is about, I was teaching Melanie Klein, and my students went out, and at the end of class they brought in a cake. And they were very eager for me to open the box of the cake. And they'd gone to the erotic bakery and had brought back these beautifully formed breasts with all of the, hair up. And so the big question was, who's going to take the first bite? All right, so what is your first assignment?
See the reaction that they have.
To what?
To like listen and see what kind of comes up within us.
Yes, listen to the patient, right? And so that's saying with Jenna, as you're coming to do this, that we'll be utilizing your experience as well as we do this. So. Go ahead, Jeremy.
So one of the things that happens in these groups as we get started is we often think in terms of from the moment we turn on the cameras for Zoom or the moment we come together that it's all potentially part of the case already. So the boob jokes are fitting. So I had a client in mind, and I changed just last kind of hour or so to a different client, and I think in part because this client that I'm going to present feels more, I just feel more raw and vulnerable about this. It feels way less formulated, and so bear with me. I think there's just a lot here for me. So So I have been working with, I worked with Tammy. She's 31. Been working with Tammy a few years ago. She came to me. She's dating a woman that she'd been dating for probably a year or so. And in that work, it was fairly brief, but and it ended. She actually just ghosted me. It was really confusing at that time. That was probably, I guess that was 3 or 4 years ago. And what she started to open up about was some violence in the relationship and a lot of drugs. Like she was a teacher, but she was in these like hard binges with coke and marijuana every night, but cocaine and just there was a lot going on in that season. We worked together for a little while, and I felt like there was actually good work happening. We were starting to kind of open up more about her family of origin, and then she just fell off and disappeared. And then she came back just about a year ago, and a year and a half ago now. It was the beginning of COVID, and she was ending the relationship with this woman, and she was devastated by it, and there was a lot of violence that she opened up about in the relationship. And so we spent a lot of the summer talking about it, and it felt, I think to me it felt, we talked a little bit about the ghosting, what happened in that. As we continued, she ended up, we talked a lot more about her family of origin. So she's the youngest of 3. She has 2 older brothers. Her mother is really difficult for me. Her mother is, her mother often ends up kind of roping her into some kind of conversation, and Tammy is very reactive. And then the mother ends up sobbing, and I'm just trying to help. I don't understand why you're so, this kind of like very, kind of pulls her in, wants to understand. I just want to understand what's going on between us. And it feels often very manipulative. Her father is mostly very silent. He has a lot of routine in his life. And as we explored that relationship further, she said, I just feel like my dad is scared to death of me. He's scared to death of me being a girl. He doesn't want to touch me. When I would break down crying from a fight with my mother, my dad would come to the doorway and attempt to console me on some level, but would never, she said, all I wanted for him to do was sit down on the bed and put his arm around me. And her dad could never do that. So a lot of our work together as it's continued is Tammy is also she's got a lot of energy around sex. She loves sex. She is a very openly sexual person. She's one of my first clients that wanted to regularly share details about her sex life, really. And then more recently it was, we were going so hard and I got some tears, and that kind, that's a lot. So for me, part of what I feel aware of with Tammy is that I grew up a repressed seminarian. I grew up in a really conservative evangelical home. I would say I was one of those Christian boys that liked to flirt with girls, but I would never, didn't really have many, like, I didn't have much experience with anything sexual intimacy with girls. So I often feel like she is the cool girl with lots of experience. And I'm sometimes along for the ride, like, this is so fascinating. This is a very different world than I have known. I got married when I was 21. And so in that, her work can feel like fairly jarring. She's been in a relationship with a guy for the past like 6 months that is casual. She really wanted to be casual. She got in a relationship with another man before that for a few months. She really started to open up to him. She met him when she felt very tender after this breakup with this woman, and the guy ghosted her. The guy like basically said, "You're closed off. I don't know what's going on with you. You're not open to me or to my friends." And she was really felt like she was falling in love with him. And so she was really hurt and really angry. So she jumped into this casual relationship with his best friend, which has lasted 6 months. And to her, it just feels wild. Like she is like loving it. And what started to happen over the summer was the acknowledgement that it's not so casual. Like she's really starting to have feelings for him, but she's really working hard to be the cool girl. Like it's cool. Like she, the guy that broke up with her was basically like, broke up with her and was like, nothing but love, girl. Like that's kind of his like parting words. And so that's kind of become like a playful conversation between us, and that even feels at times like that's what she's doing now. Is she's like, it's cool, bro. Like nothing but love. We can do this for a while. We can super chill. We can have like a romp for a weekend and then not talk for a few weeks. I'm cool with that. So one other piece that feels important in terms of my own experience with her. So our whole work has been over Zoom. She's in another city. This summer she was staying with another family and in a different state. And we got onto the call and we're talking, and she's wearing this like kind of flowery, what I thought was like some kind of blouse or something. And like as the conversation continues, this like thing is that this blouse is kind of like opening and closed. Like, is she wearing a robe? Like I think she's wearing a bathrobe, and it's just unsettling. And so then at one point, like her leg is kind of her leg is propped up on the desk. I realized, like 3 minutes left, I'm like, holy shit, you're naked. Like you are completely open, and she's like caressing her leg, but not where I can see, but like where it's very like tantalizing or like titillating. The whole thing is like, but it's real. I just got lost. Like I felt like, what on earth? So after that experience, I came back being in this relational work, and I said, you were naked in the last session. And I had all kinds of feelings about that. And I wonder, I think something's going on. I think we need to talk about this. And it was actually a really productive conversation. I think some of it was the awareness of she was with a family that she loves, but feels like even the husband in that relationship those friends she's with, the husband is distant and weird with her. She's like, I love him. I really do. I don't have sex with him. I'm not I'm not a weirdo. Like, I care about him. And he can't even he can't hug me. He can't, it's just weird. And so I think there was something in that as we kind of explored it, this place where she often feels like the only she's like, I feel like the only way to any man's attention is with my body, and she knows I find her very attractive, and her whole life is it's very seductive. And at times I also feel aware I'm really annoyed with the seduction. Like it's like in that moment with the bathrobe, what I actually was feeling was like, put some fucking clothes on. Like I don't want to have sex with you. Yes, you're hot. Move on. Where are you? Like this is annoying to me. Like that was kind of my like wanting to. That's where I feel my like more visceral experience with her. And so I tried to communicate that, and I think it went okay. But here we are this past week, and she gets on the call. She had just been on the phone with her psychiatrist for 20 minutes, right before we met. And she's really upset. She's like, I just talked to my psychiatrist, and she said, I just was trying to be honest. And I was crying and talking about my life and how I just don't even know if I don't want to kill myself. I just don't. I hate my life. Like I feel like I don't like this. I don't like that I can't settle. I don't like that I feel so sad and that I always feel this depressed. And she was trying to communicate this to the psychiatrist, and where the psychiatrist went very quickly in a 15-minute conversation is, I think we need to discuss IOP or maybe you taking a leave from your job. She's a teacher, and she felt really misunderstood. And I felt really confused. Like I actually felt like, what did you tell the psychiatrist? Like that's not my experience of where we've been. What am I missing something? Is the psychiatrist right? Am I right? And the psychiatrist is with her for 15 minutes once every, few months. So I'm trying to settle into my experience of her. She's also looking for validation from me. Like, do you think I'm crazy? Like, do you think that I should be hospitalized? And we had moved to once a week as the school year started. And I felt good about that decision. And I actually still felt good about that on Monday, but I felt confused. And she's wearing that damn robe again. And so I was like, what? And she had, she made a brief comment. There wasn't the same, it didn't feel like the same thing happening as it did in the summer. But it felt like she just got out of the shower and it was closed. There was just something I felt like, what's going on? And as we continued in the session, she started to talk. What opened up was, she said, yeah, so there is this part of me that feels, even from the time I was like 10 or 11 or 12, am I crazy? I don't even know what these words mean. Am I schizophrenic? Am I bipolar? I feel crazy sometimes. But I don't talk about this. And I was saying, yeah, we have not talked about this part of you. We haven't talked about this in this way. This feels really vulnerable, and I feel like I just shared it with the psychiatrist. And she thinks I need to be hospitalized or something. And she started to break down and say, I'm scared on some level you're gonna, if I open up about this, you're going to force me, you're gonna hospitalize me. And I found myself in that moment wanting to slow it down. And I have really mixed feelings about this. What I said was, I think we need to think about why this hasn't come up between us in this way. And I actually asked her on some level, I want us to be thinking about where you do and don't feel safe with me. I think that's how I said it. And I think it had to do with my ambivalence about how her body was handled in our session in the summer. About how I responded to her. and she was quick to like step in on my behalf, like to say, no, I think I do want to talk to you about this, and I do think you're trustworthy and safe. It's like, oh, okay, there's more here. Like I'm not quite sure. I don't feel like I even have my mind about it. I think there's more to talk about around what maybe we've been holding back from each other. So that's where we left off. I think, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the other pieces that I would speak to, she was raped in college. Her first sexual experience was in a threesome with 2 other boys in middle school. She's very aware of how good she is at. She's someone that walks into a room and everyone, girls and guys alike, look at her. Like she knows that, and she knows when there's one other person in the room that's in that game with her, like that can see her as well. And she said, since I was in college, I would pan the room and find who I was going to hook, and then she has a very rich dream life where often she's hooking a guy and then she's like, shit, I didn't want to do this. And then she's stuck in this, like, and often one of her brothers is there and kind of letting her go on, but she's kind of giving eyes to her brother, like, please don't, like, get me out of this now. But her brother's kind of like, have fun.
Okay. Is there a particular feeling that's coming up with you right now as you just shared this case?
Out of breath.
Okay.
I think I feel I think I often feel very tender towards her, like an older brother.
What are you feeling right now?
Actually, as I said it, I started to feel that. But today, as I've been presenting, I've felt more like agitation with her.
Let's check in. So the 3 of you, what has, can we give it, let's call her Mary. So what has Mary provoked in you? What's being aroused in order to experience of Mary?
Yeah.
You what?
I did name her.
You did? Tammy? Oh, you know what? That's helpful. That's interesting. Yeah, because I heard Bambi.
Oh.
Yeah. and now when I think it's very tied to this kind of case. So again, that's right. Then now I totally forgot. So Tammy, okay, what is Tammy going on with you and Tammy?
I was struggling to feel anything. Like I was wanting to, but I found myself not getting there. And the more that was happening, I started to feel kind of like an anxiety or a dread building. Like why am I not? Or I'm trying to find it. But it's funny, like when sex came up, like her body came up, like mom's pulling her in, roping her in. I was like feeling this repulsion start to come up, and dad's silence, his discomfort with her body. And I found myself like writing, like, what is it? Dad's discomfort with the body, and I found myself even wanting to write self and not body. Like kind of just this, and we were joking. They both before we started had their legs like this, and I was like, well, I guess I'm not gonna do that, you know. And there's this like this feeling, like can I like there was just this retraction in me of like I should like pull back, but as the sex started to come in, and that like I couldn't take up the space, or I didn't know if I wanted to take up the space, and so when you said like tantalizing, titillizing, and there was something about like, but it's real, and it felt like that felt really like it's not just in your mind, it's like it's real, and like that juncture felt kind of really important, and so yeah, that's kind of like that stuff kind of woke me up, and that move, like let's move on, that agitation, felt like I don't want to move on. Okay. I was even kind of feeling repulsion to that. And so I was just a lot of repulsion, and until I just noticed like, oh wait, you're having a moment, and that was like the first time I wanted to like, I was confused, but also finding myself like, oh wait, there's something here.
I think I struggled to feel towards Tammy at all, at least at the beginning, because I found myself frustrated that I wasn't seeing you. And knowing the way we're doing this versus how we've done this before with an audience, and you were kind of presenting to the audience and like, hey, where are you? And then that was your response the first time she had the robe on. You were like, put some fucking clothes on, where are you? And so during most of it, I was really struggling to even pay attention to Tammy, because I was just trying to get your attention. And the few moments, like near the end, you kind of looked towards me and we met eyes a couple times. It was like instant relief and connection, and here we are.
My first experience was chaos, and just as you said earlier, before we actually started, us trying to situate the chairs, like the chaos of how do we make this work? What's happening? How are we going to bring everyone in here and make people feel part of it? And you talked about so many people in her life that she does not feel seen by. And you talked often, you used the word open so many times that I almost wanted to start tallying. And I found myself even questioning that. Is she open? I also thought it was interesting, you were talking about the psychiatrist, that she was struggling to find words to explain to her psychiatrist what was happening for her, and you hesitated as you were explaining it to us. It was the first time I picked up that you were struggling to find words of how to portray what's happening for her.
How did that make you feel?
Empathy for you.
What about for Tammy? What are you feeling right now?
Helpless. Not being able to find words.
How do you think that might have something to do with you and Tammy?
She wants to be seen, and words fall short.
There's an element of protection too that quickly went away. You started by saying, this is very raw and vulnerable. And there was an immediate desire of like, Jerry, pick someone else. That came up again as we were talking, like, Roy, pick someone else.
Hey, as you hear these responses, what's coming up in you?
I think the no words piece, both for me and for her, there's something in that resonates a lot. I'm trying to figure out, like even her talking about this thing with her psychiatrist and us kind of not quite, we talked around it and like didn't actually discuss it. It feels like a I think in that place I felt like there's almost like an emptiness or a like really, really lonely. I think as we were talking about it last week, I kept picturing like us staring at a cavern, trying to figure out if we actually wanted to go in there or not.
Okay. So both you and Jenna had this sense. No, I'm not forgetting you two. It's okay. It'll be all right. Had the sense of wordlessness. Is that what you said?
Helplessness.
Helplessness. Okay.
Finding it hard to find words.
Finding it hard to find words, and that you resonated with that. So, either one or both, how would you imagine bringing that into the session to the patient?
Yeah. Yeah. I think and even as I'm trying to put words.
Can't talk.
Oh, okay, just say it. Just say it.
Find your words.
Okay. I'm realizing I feel like we're staring at I feel myself staring at something of an abyss that you think you might want me to go into. And I'm finding myself scared that I don't know that I'll know what to do with what's inside. And that's I'd like to talk about that.
On my dime?
Fair.
So, and now I'll help you kind of hear what I'm getting at there, right? Okay, so now I'm going to say, so you have that metaphor in your head, but what's your mind about your metaphor? Because otherwise it's just put out to the patient and to you.
Yeah.
But
Well,
you have a mind about it.
And I think some of
and I'm going to help you find
some of the
your mind.
some of the repetition I think is that I'm the dad standing at the doorway as well, and I'm scared to touch her.
Okay. All right.
I think I feel.
Okay, so
Yeah.
say that to
Okay.
articulate that to your patient.
I think last week you felt my hesitation in stepping into something, and I wanted you to consider whether you want to step into it, but I think I wanted to consider whether I wanted to step into it. And I find myself.
And my mind about that is.
And my mind about that is. Mind about that is
It's interesting because you already told them.
I'm afraid to touch you.
That you linked it. That's what.
I'm afraid to touch you I'm afraid to come sit next to you on the bed like your dad was afraid. Feels like distant again.
It's just, and it also puts the patient in a very precarious place, right? So let's work it again. That my mind about this is that sorry, you're supposed to fill it in.
Oh, I'm supposed to say. Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna. Okay, yeah, rescue. That sounds nice. This will be good.
Keep going. This is gonna be good.
Better be good. My mind about that is I'm finding myself in this moment of you feeling this raw. I'm actually afraid of getting too close to you.
Okay. Again, we've got to really, this is the stuff we got to really work in, and where my work could be misunderstood around just sharing my feelings about it, because the patient doesn't know what to do with that, and they don't have to know what to do with it, right? So we've got Jamie's affect. He's deep into it. He's having a feeling. And he even has actually a historical transference formulation that you're repeating with me what I think, we're repeating what your father did to you. Okay, so he could say that in a kind of a cold way, that I think that the transference experience here is that you're bringing yourself to me in much the way that your father treated you. Okay, that's pretty typical transference interpretation. The deal is, in two-person psychology, this person is also doing that. Okay, and the richness is going to be when there's a recognition of the repetition in the room, not just a cognitive consideration of what it might be. Yeah, following me? So let's work that. One of the reasons I think I might be wrong, but you've gone to the father, so don't lose that, because that's very important. But you've also made this very sexual. And now it's gone somewhere. So this metaphor, even of the cavern, my mind didn't go to, it went to the vagina that you were trying not to look at on the television.
Yeah.
And to take it a step further, as you were trying to articulate, you even said, "And I'm afraid to come."
Yeah, right.
I'm not sure
the
what to
thing you
do.
all need to know about Jeremy is always willing to learn. always willing to volunteer. He's absolutely one of the most amazing people I know. He's willing to put himself out there.
You also said you didn't know what to do when you got in there.
Oh, yeah. I don't. I'm very inexperienced in this regard. Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
No, yeah.
You do know it's true because he said it's true. He said, I got married at 21. I had no experience. I flirted with girls, but I never did it, basically.
Yeah.
So that's in the room as well. Right?
Yeah.
What does that make, like when you say she's the cool girl because of that? There was a sense of like, what does that make you? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Trying to keep up. Yeah.
She can't put it into words.
Okay, sorry.
She can't put it into words just like you can't.
Yeah, so what might you
And
say?
so she equates openness with being open sexually.
Yeah. Yes.
And so when she is open sexually, she is really talking to you. She is telling you about openness.
Yeah.
Yes, and I really appreciate that point. Because what Jamie is into now is our patients come with the language on which their self has been formed. She has been raped. She has been, it could be, probably there wasn't incest, but we have a hunch that the avoidance of incest was so powerful she couldn't be touched at all. So that's sexual. She's playing around with sex a lot. She, all that stuff. And so her language, what I'm saying, all of our patients bring the language they have. And so when they bring an erotic language or a sexual language, that's all they know. It's not like they're trying to be sexual or erotic or whatever. That's the way they know how to be in the world in order to be seen. And so we have to now work with that And in terms of the language that we have to learn a new language. Every patient is a new language. Okay, so anybody, let's give Jeremy a little rest. And if you were to imagine, as you hear Jamie's story, and he's struggling for his words. Yeah, because I have always called you Jamie. Jeremy.
Yeah, that's okay.
Jamie and Bambi.
Yeah, what's that?
I'll look that up on Pornhub.
Well, we could work that too. Huh. When you were a kid, what did you call it?
Jeremy?
I thought for teaching purposes, it might have been cute if he would have been Jamie.
I'm wondering about that, because this is the second time you've missed the name.
Tammy? Tammy?
Yeah, no, something's wrong.
Okay.
Let's
work that.
Yeah, okay. I'm willing to do that, actually.
Because Bambi and even Mary, like the Virgin, they feel very innocent. Like,
and Jamie is more innocent than Jeremy, maybe?
I don't know. Like, but it just feels, it's interesting. Like, there's like I know you know him.
Yeah.
But right? But there's like, calling him Jamie. It's like, like there's something about that feels.
Can I bring a queer perspective, which I don't think is represented here, which is also Tammy?
Yeah.
Jamie is androgynous. It could be a boy or a girl.
Yeah.
And she could have sexual relationships with a woman or a man.
Yeah.
And I think you're catching
Good.
Tammy in the queerness. And I don't know that any of you can imagine having sex with her or being a gay man and not attracted to her.
Right.
Utterly untitillated by her breasts. Like, that's boring and I just want to dress it because I'm a fashion designer, not because I'm repulsed or that I'm repulsed by my desire of it.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Can I just back it up a bit? Say the first thing you said. Jamie is what?
JB is an androgynous name. It could be for a boy or a girl.
Yeah.
And she could be with a boy or a girl.
Yeah. Okay, so when I think of Bambi, that to me would be mostly feminine girl, right? So now, because you've alerted that to me, that I want to call him Jamie. Why do I want to call her Bambi? Is because I have some sense of what I want her to be. I want her to be a girl rather than a boy or whatever androgynous kind of thing. With all of that, what you're seeing is, again, the onus is on us to figure out why we are saying things, why we're not saying things, etc. And I want to be careful because I'd be really curious of exploring that further about that, but I want to stay with this patient and because I don't want to be highlighted just this evening. And not to throw that away, it's a very important contribution here. What is happening with androgyny, what is happening with naming, with talking, with saying, and with talking about something other than what is kind of in the room. We're talking about not being a good dad rather than being something about a sexual object. I don't even know if it's lover. And so how do we keep losing, and how do I keep losing your name, for example, as well? So does anybody else want to try what's going on in them and how they might speak to this? And Jamie, I want you to, as you think, Jeremy!
Oh my goodness.
I just had another idea though. Why? Because one of the cases I was going to present today is actually Jamie is the name, but I actually gave it Jeremy as a name.
Okay.
So something's going on.
Yeah.
That you and I'll have to work out.
Yeah.
Can I raise another thing that somebody else has raised? Bambi in the movie was a boy.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
That's not me. That's somebody else in the room that will go nameless. But there's another gender bending and feminization and sexualization of tenderness of vulnerability.
Yeah,
That was not my insight. I just want to make sure that was not my insight for the record. I'm just putting some other Michael who had the insight.
Bambi in a dichotomous way, Bambi being like the one that's abandoned by both parents, and then Bambi being porn star.
Yes.
So it's confusing.
And a porn star is a woman, Bambi the porn, right?
That's what comes to my mind.
Yeah.
So both, like Bambi in the movie is abandoned by parental figures, Bambi.
Okay, so what this group is bringing us all the way back to is the bisexuality of this patient, right? I mean, that was what started this whole story. How did this whole story get away from that, right? She's been with a woman, her heart is broken. She's with a man, her heart is broken. She's now with another man who she's saying, to get out of it, it's nothing but love. Nothing but love, right? Trying to be casual. Now you see what's just happened to all of us as we listen to this case. We're starting to act like the case itself, right? We've moved away from the sex. We've moved, and all of this conversation has now returned us to kind of where the source of the agony is. Yes? You with me on all of that? Okay, so Jenna, you're not going to get off the hook. So do you want to try to formulate your affect, your experience, and bring your words to the patient? Do you guys hear what I just said? Jenna, you're not off the hook.
Yes, you tried to
literally
hook men.
what we came here is, who will she hook? Right?
It's also the dream about she.
Right.
And Jeremy, I have a question about that, because when he asked you as the muse, like what you felt, and you said out of breath, tender, and brotherly, her dream is a brother.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're saying you feel like the father, but
yeah,
the repetitions come back about the fishing or the brother, and I wonder if you are that brother. I mean, you're seeing this happen and you're letting it happen and you're not like engaging in that. So I wonder if you relate to that at all.
Yeah.
And what I wrote down with her in that dream is that the brother is actually acting like a pimp.
Right.
Yeah.
Go enjoy.
Yeah.
Right?
But everybody seems to be acting like that for her. I mean, that does seem to be her cycle.
Okay.
Like
So how do you
everybody
think you
else.
might bring that to the patient?
Ha! You did this to me yesterday. Well, I sit in a room of 20 people. We thought about this, and what comes to mind is what comes to all of our minds.
The consensus.
Right, the consensus of this. And I think I would bring it back to the dreams. I think I would say, I've been thinking about your dream, your repetition, your repetitive dream, and my role with you in this room. And I'm starting to, or I feel like your brother in that action. I'm watching you in this cycle. But I don't know if you feel like the brother, so I don't know. I mean, I don't.
No, but you do. So to be able to have her be able to work with that, let's just tweak it a bit. So you have seen this dream, and now you're seeing that you're watching her, right? And in a sense, pimping her. So what, to just say, I think I've been pimping you, just like the brother in your dream. Okay, that's almost a reverse transference kind of interpretation, which I think is also not going to quite work. It could be harmful. And harmful in the sense that it won't energize the conversation. I don't necessarily mean that the person you're harming. So it might be something like, I've been thinking of what's been going on in our relationship and how it's become sexualized, and how on Zoom you were, we wondered about if you were fully dressed, etc. And about this whole thing of your brother, who in your dream kind of said, yeah, go have fun. And I'm wondering if, in fact, you and I are setting up something here where I am also sort of pimping you out rather than us moving into a place of reflecting upon, why are you choosing these men? How are you getting involved in this? And how is it getting repeated here with me? Where I'm on the side, using you rather than helping you think this through. It's kind of a rough thing, but you guys see all what happened there. Tell me if you saw it. Yes, please.
So, I get butterflies in my stomach to ask this question, but the immediate thing that happened, like in their most recent session, was about the meeting with the psychiatrist. So, that sounds to me like that you have a lot of feelings about that and like all this confusion that's set in. So like sort of like what you're saying, that like towards that situation of like with this psychiatrist and this issue of the things we haven't talked about yet.
So how would you use that?
I'm wondering, this is gonna be wrong, but I'm gonna say this is what I would say, genuinely. I'm wondering, how do we talk about the things that we haven't been talking about that came up with the psychiatrist, so that I'm not the brother watching while you're being, so on.
Exactly. So see what I hear in that. So is that you're saying something. Again, we're linking something that's actually happening. We're not making shit up as we go along. Something happened, and what got into your brain was, wait a minute. She comes in and she's upset because of what the psychiatrist said. So then my mind wants to go into metabolizing way. Why is she upset? And with Jeremy, did it. With Jeremy is I was confused. And I got to thinking, am I crazy? Are we crazy? Is there something crazy that is not being said here? What I heard you say is you tied them together, that you took that link and going, something happened there that's telling us something about what's here. And what's here is there's something we're not talking about. So I bring that to the patient, but then what I want to add to that is, and here's my thinking about what we might not be talking about. See kind of the procedure that's going on in the brain that then allows the patient and I to begin to work with that. Very different than if I say, oh, I don't think you're crazy. I don't think the psychiatrist is right about that. And so yeah, let's move on with the session. So what we've done is we've taken something that hit you that says, something's crazy about this. I wonder about this craziness, and here's my mind about it. Which moves us into what we call the intersubjective space of play, where we get to play it.
So
Yes, please.
I have something. It's going to be a little, I guess, outside a little bit. So I kept thinking about this piece of hiding, like the hiding that's existing when you were going through the entire experience of this piece around boundaries. I'm getting anxious as I talk about it right now because for me, I kept reflecting about how, and so I identify as a bisexual man. And so I kept reflecting about how in this past weekend, I've been trying to get close with Jeremy, but I feel there are moments of hiding. And so...
You're hiding or Jeremy's hiding?
Jeremy's hiding.
Okay.
And I couldn't separate, I'm trying to like make sure it's not my story or whatever, but like this piece of like the parallels. Like last night when you fell asleep, right? I was like, oh, let's connect, and then boom, slept, right? And then...
Jay.
I don't know, just this piece of like I got anxious as you were telling the story where she was wanting to be seen, and I was like, oh yeah, I felt like I wanted to be seen. So it's just weird like piece, and I can't pinpoint what that is yet, but I don't know if it's a replication as like a bisexual experience to then another bisexual experience, and then like it's like this feeling of like boundaries that I'm like, I don't know, I'm not sure how I'm trying to even articulate it, but it's just this weird piece of like capacity. The capacity to actually want to be seen or be close. we're intimate, we're connected.
Okay, so let's use that for a moment. So what you're seeing in here is we are all having multiple different experiences. And what I want to say is this is really good stuff, right? Because I'm not trying to shovel you into, here's the patient, here's what's going on with the patient, and this is how you should work. What I hope you're seeing is you are having an experience of this patient. Now we've got to use that. And everything that all of you have said is leading to the same thing with this patient. It's about recognition. It's about, is my therapist going to fall asleep on me? What is being disconnected? How do I bring in the story that's hitting me? You see the major shift in thinking when working this way, where we're not trying to solve the patient. We're trying to find the patient by paying attention to the things that are arousing us. So when I hear your story that you just told, it's totally clear to me how that's going on with the patient. And if you're all interested in supervising, that's what my role as a supervisor is, to do what I just did now, which is to take Matthew's experience and say, now how do you think that's linked to the patient? And if it is linked, how would you imagine yourself articulating that? Are you getting the deal around that? And so do you want to try that? How would you say this to the patient?
Tammy, I feel that as I listen back to this piece, I've been thinking about you.
Great.
This past week, and I was thinking about our interactions in these past couple of months. And I find myself that we're playing this game of hide and seek. And I don't want to be found. It's like something that's like right there and I can't pinpoint it.
Can I pick up there? Because that what you shared was resonant with the experience I had as you were talking through. Like, you said, I want to be seen and he's not seeing me. Yes. And my thought was like, he's not even looking at me. Like he's looking over there while you're presenting.
Yeah, neither one of you are in the hide and seek. You're both hiding, and there's
there's
nobody looking.
Well, and to play with perhaps the slip of like, I don't want to come, right? Like, I don't even want to come looking for you. I'm afraid to come look for you.
Okay. So, Ryan, go ahead. How are you going to bring this to the patient?
Shit.
You can thank me later and pay me.
Thank you for the save.
Could you say instead, I'm afraid to be open with you?
I hear what you're doing with that, and it's absolutely true, but now you're not in it, right? You have to think, because otherwise the patient going, well, what am I doing wrong? I want to do this right. And so what has to happen? So I've thought about that. Why would I be afraid to be with you? So that the patient now has a sense that you're in the room trying to figure out what this fear is about being with her. Otherwise it just lands that the patient has done something wrong and they got to figure it out. Does that make sense? That's why when I talk about two minds in the room, your mind can't just be, I feel afraid of you. You've got to go, why do I have that thought? And how do I let the patient in on that so that we are now both trying to figure it out? Otherwise, it just pushes it over to the patient. And then they have to take care of us.
Something that keeps on my mind though.
Go ahead. That's great.
Something that keeps on my mind though is this piece around that you find you're attractive.
Yeah.
Like you want to come. Like it's this weird. I don't know how to explain it. It was like this weird piece when I was writing it down.
Why? Because of you.
Like this heart racing piece of like, I find you attractive. It's like this game of like, I find you attractive. I think you find me attractive. Like she's trying to hook you. Like that game that's going on again. And we're not gonna talk about that because of boundaries, and we're not gonna like play. So I'm gonna hide, and you're gonna hide.
Yeah. Well, and I think part of my articulation this summer was saying that, but it like fell dead. It didn't really it didn't stay. Yeah, it went limp. Thank you. Because I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah.
If you need sexual language, consult Michael.
Yeah, I think there was an acknowledgement of, attraction, and also like trying to get at how do I speak to, and I honestly I feel those so often as soon as the attraction comes. As soon as that comes, it's like I've lost you. Like we're gone. It's something like it loses its potency, or yeah.
Which is what her partners do.
Well, that's just what an orgasm is.
Right. But
It's
there's
then
not
it's
the
gone.
afterglow. There's no connection afterwards.
Well, wait a minute though, you don't have much of an orgasm if you premature ejaculate.
Thank you.
So there's no orgasm yet in this work. Because you're going limp before you even get.
She's not having an orgasm.
Who's not?
She's not. She's being used as a cavern.
Again,
Uh-huh.
I feel so much annoyance.
Yeah.
I feel like the whole case is
Yeah.
annoying to me because once again, it's like we're missing the humanity of her, and we're talking about the sex, which is her whole experience over and over and over again. And it's like we've lost the she feels crazy, and what is it like for her to once again be in a situation where it's like I'm missing you, and now we're talking about my penis. Or we're talking about how I feel about being in a relationship with you. And
Yes.
I'm like, okay, yeah, there's riches there, but also I feel like we keep losing her.
And there's not. This is why this other thing about, well, do I tell her I'm attracted to her or whatever?
And I'm like, get your shit together. What about her?
Exactly.
And
Perfect.
that's her experience over and over again.
Yes.
With
Yes.
men and women.
Yes. Thank you very much. No, stay. Don't you go
Don't
away.
leave, yeah, no.
Because if I'm attracted to someone in my work, my telling them that it's not important, honestly. I have to metabolize that attraction. And I gotta figure out what is going on. So one of the things we know is that there's a fear. We've talked about going limp, we've talked about orgasm, etc. Our mind needs to go, why? Why am I thinking about this? And when you begin to try and metabolize that and sort it out, the idea of having to disclose my sexual attraction begins not to even be the question anymore. It becomes, why is this here? How did that cavern story come to be? What do you think it's symbolizing? What do you think it's representing? What is it trying to tell us and her and me about her life, right? And so that's why with disclosure, we're always disclosing something. Right now, Jeremy is disclosing to her a lot about himself. She's picking up his anxiety, his fear, his all sorts of him. She's probably picking up on his sexuality and on what his discomfort, right? So we can't be in a room with someone else and not just be disclosing. And this idea of self-disclosure is always about, I have to tell something personal about myself. No. So, for example, I had a patient one time come in and brought her in a very erotic dream about the two of us and about this, and then she wrote a poem that was very beautiful. And she turns to me, she goes, I am very aroused, and I know you are too. Yes, right? Because if we let something happen rather than force it to be, that it doesn't have to be acted out. It's all a part in the enactment that we now know that arousals. And what's really important about that case is she'd been sexually abused by her brothers, and she loved sex. But in our literature and stuff, the terror is she's not supposed to because she's a victim of abuse. And so she's not supposed to love sex because she's a victim. And the fact that part of our work was, I love sex. And she had a lovely relationship with her husband. And so for her to bring that dream in and go, and here we are, was not me to have ever to disclose, you're attracted to me or something like that. So I want to try and go back to Mr. Ryan here. And, oh, wait a minute. How are you going to say it? We've got 3 people, 2 people now that owe me money for getting them off the hook, so to speak. And how do you imagine bringing what you would bring? And then we'll come back.
I mean, I would, something along the lines of like, I wonder what it's like to, right here in this room again, that instead of me being curious about your inner world, we're talking about attraction and what it's like for you to have people attracted to you over and over and over.
Okay, but now you, remember, you're also attracted to her, right?
I'm attracted to her.
Yeah. So, because the only reason I'm pushing on this is, it sounded like, what's it like for you to have all these people attracted to you, right? But we're in the tension of attraction. It's not just a cognitive thought about attraction. The tension is right here in the room, right? So how can you bring yourself into the subjectivity, into 2 subjects where the actual idea of what's happening in her life is also happening between the 2 of you, and how can you link and pull those 2 together for work?
But Chris, all you felt was annoyance. There was no attraction to
Yeah.
her.
An annoyance at how we've been.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I want to say, we've been enjoying it. Just like she was afraid to enjoy being sexually abused, she's been sexually abusing Jeremy. That's how I see it. That's why I was annoyed. Because she had the audacity to be abusive to you. She's the perpetrator. And we are, and I don't want to be participant in that. Right? But it's not because I'm the abuser. It's because I'm in an abuser-abused mutuality. I'm annoyed with her too. Also not sexually attracted to her.
Yeah, and that
But-
to me is like being outside of that.
Why outside of it? What do you mean?
Like,
Sorry.
well, because you're asking me, like, where's the attraction? And I don't feel the attraction.
Yeah.
I feel
So
the
tell us
annoyance.
okay, so work with your annoyance. And what you did with your annoyance is that's what it's like for you to be so attractive to everyone. Why does that annoy you?
Because I feel, I guess, it's annoying to me because I feel like we're losing her.
Okay,
The richness of her
okay,
is getting lost.
yes. So you're annoyed with all of those people who use her in that way. You're annoyed with the group for using her in that way. Hold on.
Moral support.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
Okay,
I just don't know how to say it.
And
When you were picking up on it too, that sense of, wait a minute, the psychiatrist said all this stuff, and why aren't we talking about that? And here we are again with the.
okay, so you're annoyed with what people do to her. You're annoyed with this group, and you're annoyed. Okay.
Yes.
So use all that. How do you think you would bring that to your patient?
And I'm the therapist when
You're
I'm
the
bringing this to
therapist,
her?
and this annoyance is in the space between you and her.
I know, I'm just like, I just feel annoyed that we're talking about this
No,
again.
no, no, no.
I feel like
I'm gonna make you work.
But
But
can I
what you
say
said
that
is,
to
because you
her?
really,
I feel annoyed we're here again. I feel annoyed that this is where we're talking again.
did you said something about, what did you say something about her? There was, feel something about that way for her, or that she's being used that way? What did you say something?
We're losing.
Reduced.
Can I say
She's
this?
being reduced.
I do feel like part of where I feel like this resonates deeply is like even like we were gonna talk about something really that felt like we were staring at something really dark, and I did feel openness to going to that place, but she was wearing the robe as well, and I felt there was an annoyance of like I want to go there, and I'm also really scared that you're wearing that robe again, like that feels unmetabolized, but there's something of like that dynamic of.
Well, there's.
But that also feels like the father.
Right.
Like I'm scared to death of your body.
But there's also something just very like when you guys opened the case, and I was like, of all of the interesting cases in the world we could talk about, I feel like we're talking about an attractive female and what it's like for you to do therapy with her. And that's where I'm like, like there's just an annoyance with that. And I'm like, how much of this is just the larger like sexual male-female thing that just happens all the time? It's like when we're talking about wordlessness, it's like how much of that is like, yeah, how do you put that in words? How do you say all of that? The thing happening between the two of you is so broad and vast. It happens all the time. And yet here we are doing it again.
Okay. All right. That's a big formulation that you have. And it belongs in your work with this patient. This is again why I'm asking you to think about how is this patient impacting you. So I'm still going to hold you to it.
See, and we do this with Michael, and then at the end of the session, like, and then what do I say?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How do I say?
So this is what you've got. What are you going to say? Because women, like 2 women at least, 3 have said, we're having a similar experience, right? Great. Everybody's having some sort of experience about this patient. But I can tell you everything you're saying is still absolutely connected to what Michael said about the patient. Or what Jeremy's trying to say, or what Ryan is going to have to say.
It's all coming to that feeling not seen.
To feeling like an object, to being a not seen person. And to being, and that whole idea of having to seduce people to be seen. And how pissed off you are about that, right? So you're picking up something that in the midst of, she can walk, everybody would be envious of her walking into this room and we would all turn and go, wow, right, at one level. And we also know how horrific that would be, right? The objectification is what is a primary theme in this piece, used through sexuality in the body. So even though it's a woman, man, whatever, there is a common thing that this woman is struggling with. So how do you think you would bring it?
So do I have to be Jeremy?
No,
like
no, no, no,
my brain
no. You
is
can't
as
be
a
Jeremy.
male?
You could maybe be Jamie, but you can't be Jeremy. No, you are you. You see, this is again the point here, is that we are working through your experience of this patient. And you have to find your words as to how you bring it.
You feel totally missed by the psychiatrist, and I wonder how I am missing you too.
Okay? And so I'm going to push you further.
Okay.
And as the patient, I would say, well, how are you?
We aren't spending enough time in this space where you feel like this fear you might be crazy. If we have danced around that too much, if that's not where we need to be.
So why have you?
I wonder if it's my favorite drink. I wonder if we spend our sessions talking about these different relationships, and it feels a little bit like over here. Here's the more interesting, fun thing to talk about because we're avoiding.
Yeah, so what are you avoiding? Why are you wondering, don't you know?
I don't know if I don't know.
Well, I think our work won't go very far until you figure it out. I'm gonna put a time in. See what's happening though, right? Is that you are now, I would say, by the way, I've been following with you. It's getting deeper into how you are with her and why you're
And I'm
being
doing
exactly.
this now.
Yes.
And getting small.
I am getting small.
And going in, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right?
Instead of it's not your business, fuck off.
I feel like there's stuff, whether it's like annoyance or attraction or abuse, like we're trying to like not like we have to own something. We're on the hook, and it's hard to name. I am talking about all of these things and getting distracted, and I'm terrified that I have missed you.
Yeah.
And I'm not going where we need to go.
Yeah. And you see, by holding you kind of the fire, it's you are being complicit for a reason.
Yeah.
Why? And you see why it's so important, why we have to be radically open to ourselves. Why are you being complicit? It might be different than why Jeremy's being complicit, but complicit is here. And we've got to keep pushing ourselves to the place, why am I trying to not get on the hook? And we do all this talking about what the patient is doing, but the patient is saying, I'm doing it with you, and you're doing it with me. Can we talk about that?
She's already hooked you.
Yeah. Yeah. You just. Yeah.
So how?
Okay.
So what's how am I being complicit? Like what? Because now I'm like, what am I?
Well, my hunch is, so I don't know why you're being complicit, but can I play?
Michael.
Yeah, well.
Just because I've known her.
Yeah, because he knows me. Sorry.
Yeah, well, then we might find out too much. It'll probably be safer than I go. Okay, let me stop there. Do you see what just happened? Probably safer if I go there. Yeah. Right? And that's another theme in this work, right? But my hunch is it's also sexual with you, right? Just as it is with Jeremy. Because this is a sexual story. This is her language. And that there's something going on with you that you're having to contend with, that you're talking out about her rather than you're acting out something with her. Better?
Everybody's annoyed. And I think I feel deeply ambivalent about my sexuality in the room.
Yeah.
Really ambivalent. Annoyed with it. I want some of what she had, not her necessarily. I want some of what she has, and also, and I also watch a train wreck happen over and over again, and it's really painful. So that there is an element of like. Feeling really scared of the places it awakens in me. And not in like I want to use her. It really it's not. It feels like it's the places in my own story.
Would you say something like, I find myself so taken by how open you are that I fear that I'm missing where you're closed off or where you're hurting.
You know what I want to do? So Marmel might become Marmel because one of the ways that helps us find its articulations is to link. And so what I heard in that, Matt, was a statement again, but why is your mind thinking that way? What is the link to this? This is a woman who has a particular story that she keeps repeating over and over and over that hurts her. She's now repeating that with you. And how can you, the way we get to an articulation that can be played with is by linking it to our experience or to some opening line or to something that's going on.
Yeah, and I keep going back to the father in that.
Okay. Do you have your articulation?
No, but I can try something. I think about our work together, and I think about your dad, and you said how scared to death he was of you and your body. And I think you and I have done that together.
Okay, before you go, you and I, here's another thing. Oh, it's you actually that in our program that I want you to write about the we, because we use a we before there's an I. The we is important. but you can't have a we until your I shows up. And so you were using that we language as well, and now you just did. But I want to know your I. I want to know your mind. And in order for the patient to know their mind. And then we have the we. I equals we. So, what's that? Yeah, so try one more.
Leading with I?
Yeah, it's not, or even if you don't lead with I, don't put we in it until your I has shown up.
I think of your father and how he was scared to death of your body and your being a woman. And I think I'm terrified to look at you.
Okay, now we've got to go one more level to the link of. And when you told me about your psychiatrist, who basically told you were crazy, let's see if I can link this. Shoot, I had it a moment ago. Say what you said again.
I think of your father and his terror of your body, or his being scared to death of you and your body and you being a woman. And I think I'm terrified to look at you. Or I have been terrified to look at you.
Okay, and we got to know why you're terrified. So I might say something like, and I think the psychiatrist and I, in our fear of sexuality and craziness, have either tried to hospitalize you or to not talk about you, to anesthetize your sexuality. Now, do you see what's happened there? Where this patient, I'm not making any stuff up, the patient has given me the story, and I'm trying to listen really intently about how are my feelings linked to the story the patient has told me. And so both you and the psychiatrist have kind of dismissed her because you're afraid of her sexuality and her craziness. Does that deepen that? Yeah. The link is really important. Yes?
So something that keeps standing out in my mind, though, is that you started, I think, one of the main things you emphasized at the beginning was that she had ghosted you before. And now you're at this crossroads of the psychiatrist seems to be saying something that you're not seeing. Which way do I move here so that she doesn't ghost me again?
So how would you say that to her?
Yeah.
Pretty much what you said, by the way, but go ahead.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, one of the things operating in our relationship here is the ghosting. And that I find myself tiptoeing around a bit because I'm not sure if what I say will, I will lose you. So the patient is in on again our mind, and she gets now to work with that. Like and then she might say, I ghosted you because, or I won't do that again. And I go, well, let's talk about it if you won't, or if you do, whatever. And now we have a working relationship. I want to be aware of time, which has been difficult today for me. I wanted to say I just want to give an example because I was also hearing this patient. We're going to give you one more chance to try and find your articulation. But another way is when she said she brings all the sexual material, and one of the things she said just recently, going so hard I got some tears. And what hit me was tears. And so what I would want to bring to the patient in the moment even is that is I want to tell you, just as I've been saying Jeremy instead of Jay instead of Jeremy, sorry. But here's how I heard your sentence, that you're going so hard you got some tears. Then I might link that to, and I'm going, you know what? You're also bringing in the tears of your appointment with your psychiatrist. And that these are these tears of not being seen. And that I have been operating with you perhaps in such a way that we've been keeping away the tears that surround sexuality. So you see the multi-layers of trying to do the linking and the patterning that's happening. What was your response? That's a big one.
Shit, I got a long way to go. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But it is this is the complexity, right? Of, oh my God, now how do we interpret that?
You may.
Let's do that. I wish we had lots more time. But, so let's give Jeremy another opportunity to think, as you've heard all of this going on, what is happening in you? And what do you imagine yourself bringing to this patient, even as soon as your next session?
Well, I think our last session really turned me upside down a bit. So I've been thinking about that. I think something I feel don't rescue me. I'm still thinking. I'm feeling really connected to the psychiatrist as well. I think I felt I started to wonder about you opening up, being really vulnerable with your psychiatrist, and where she wanted to, where you felt really misunderstood, and where you felt like she was calling you crazy. I started to wonder about the ways in our work that I get say something like I get hung up in all the sex is what I want to say, and where I think we're doing this, something's playing out between both of us in that as well, that something around like you're inviting me closer, and I don't know, you're inviting me closer, and I'm closed off.
Now, how about this? You're inviting me closer and I sexualize you.
I don't want to say that.
You
Jeremy,
can
do
turn
you think
away
she's?
like your dad or
No, I think I don't think this is wrong. I don't think it's wrong. It doesn't.
Do you think she's crazy too?
I don't know. I don't.
Okay, I want you to be really settle down.
Okay.
So, something that you really hit on is that she's inviting you closer.
Yeah.
And then you said, and what did you say?
I don't know.
Okay.
And I'm scared. And I'm
Closed off.
I'm closed off.
Yeah.
But I think what's happening, the repetition, is she's a sexualized object, right?
Yeah.
And you are now caught up in doing the same.
Yeah.
Thing I said earlier, how
Okay.
we will
Yeah.
repeat,
Yeah.
and we talked about that even, right? We repeat the abuse, if you will, or repeat the story.
Yeah.
In very nuanced ways. And
Yeah.
so you also are sexualizing her.
Okay, yeah, so, so in the same way that I think this psychiatrist, you feel written off, pushed away by her as crazy, I think there's something between you and I that happens where where I sexualize you. And
No,
you.
I'm gonna stop you again.
Uh-huh.
The harder we work, the more complicated it gets, and the dirtier it gets actually, right? And the patient now has to figure out, so you sexualize me? Versus, I think what I said is, I've been thinking about this, and it feels like you're inviting closeness, and you're inviting me to become close to you. And I'm hearing that as a sexual invitation, but I think it's something else. What do you think? The sex is in the room, but it's now, let's think about it, rather than do it, if you will. And the more we articulate, the articulation gets often very dangerous. So just think about that for a minute. You just say, I think you're inviting me closer, and that perhaps at times I'm sexualizing, or I sexualize you, and misunderstand what you're actually inviting. Because that's also happening with the men and women in her life. Ultimately, she'll have to become responsible for it. When she walks in a room, she's probably got that figured out, actually. She's at one level enjoys it.
Yeah,
but
and she hates it.
And it hates it at the
Yes,
same time.
yes.
So she wants you to sexualize her. So again, all I'm saying is, this is what's happening. Let's not make a judgment about it, right? This is what we're doing. She will then be able to go, and this is what I do all the time. I pull people in like you. I want you to sexualize me, and I don't want you to. And you can go, yeah, that's exactly what's going on here. You see?
It's the go away, come here.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even as you say that, I'm like, and this might be me. But I feel like she's gonna be like, I'm not inviting you to anything sexual. Like she's going to be like,
And
you're not
okay.
a part of that.
So,
But
okay,
like,
say that to me. And then we're gonna have to.
I don't feel. No, I don't think I'm sexually inviting you into anything. You're my therapist.
And that's not what I said.
You said that you sexualize me, and that you mistake that for a sexual invitation.
Sure. Because that's not what I said. I said you keep inviting me for closeness. And I sexualize.
I don't know what to do with that you sexualize.
Yeah. So we're gonna role play this quick. I don't say it again.
I don't know what to do with that.
And I think that's in part why you're here. That so often you've been sexualized. Or your sexuality has been so afraid, fearful. My mind is father, friends, boyfriend's girlfriend. And so what was I saying?
That's why you're here.
Say what?
That's why you're here.
That's why we're here. We're trying to work through why your relationships are sexualized.
And then you don't know what to do.
Yeah, that's true. You're still hurt.
Yeah.
back, hold on.
I don't know what you want me to. I don't know what you want me to say.
Isn't that interesting? You don't know what I want to say. What do you think you want to say? To me.
I don't want that here. I don't. I feel like that's everywhere else, and I don't want that here. I want to talk about it here. I don't want it to be.
And I think we are here now in a different way.
I can't picture her any other way than when we lost. Like without, she usually has lots of words. I can't picture her, but this, I can't picture her with any
Right, so good. You would be without words.
Okay.
It's a very interesting experience for me right now, as you are without words. That's not common. But I think what has just happened from my mind about it is that you invited me closer, and I finally showed up. And that's also been a fear. You are now speechless because you're not just a sexual object. I've actually responded to the invitation.
I like that.
Why do you like that?
It just, I think that it was beautifully done, like feeling so seen, feeling so known, while acknowledging it and not participating in it. And your heart is very much that, like, when you were her and said, I don't wanna do that, I don't want this in the print, that's wrong. I was like, and I feel like, in my mind, she would say, I wish it was different with us.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
is, and then it was.
Yeah, and I think that's often the confusion with her too, is it, I mean, it's really helpful to hear the sexual invitation. I mistake it for a sexual invitation. Because I don't actually know what's happening. I mean, like even last week is like, are you wearing the robe because you just got out of the shower? Like, don't fucking look at me, like, look in my eyes, dude, like, just move on. Or is it that there's actually, I get confused in that.
Yeah.
And I don't want to acknowledge that I'm confused in that. Like I either get roped into the role of like, I want to be the cool guy that's fine with it, do you, or I want to be like, somehow fine. Like,
Well, I think what I was thinking too is like, I think my initial annoyance was with the secularization of her. And then I also found myself like, and I'm annoyed that she is
Sexualizing.
sexualizing and that interplay allowed it to, it wasn't, it didn't play into that either.
Because what it did is it shifted the sexualization to what the sexualization is really trying to do, which is intimacy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so sexualization in psychotherapy has to be treated like a desire or a dream, not as action. I mean, it's trying to communicate, it's a push. And we should never, ever wipe eroticism out of our systems. It is an intentional drive towards the other, thank God. And in psychotherapy, it's the beauty of someone trying to reach us, trying to penetrate us, and so often we say, no, sorry, bad you, don't sexualize me, and I'll not sexualize you, ha ha. And we'll just go about the business, right? And so what happened here is this woman is longing and yearning for connectedness. And it does involve her body, and it's a beautiful thing, right? It's not a bad thing. But it's being misused and being misread and miscommunicated, both and. He's misreading and she's miscommunicating. But if we begin to look at this energy in the room as trying to communicate something about one's desire and life, then we now have a reflective mind of it, which is one of our primary therapeutic outcomes. The increased capacity to reflect upon my desire and to make good decisions about it or whatever.
Then we get to talk about it's not all love, bro.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I know I want to be very respectful of time, which I haven't been all day, so because I've been confused. I'm on Seattle time, I guess. But I want to give just a few, just a minute or so, just shout outs about what has this been like for you today, and how do you imagine this will impact your own work, and have you grown as a therapist and as a clinician as a result of our playing together today?
I think the way you kept linking things was very key for me to start thinking about how do I tell the things to my clients?
Mm-hmm.
How do I say the things?
Mm-hmm. Good.
So that was helpful.
Great.
Roy, can I ask you a question? Like, how long did this take for you to feel natural doing this? Because this feels really hard. I love it, but it feels like really like, whoa, I'm exhausted sometimes. And I think when I think about bringing myself every day into every single session, it's really daunting to me, even though I like it.
Yeah.
So how long did it take you before this felt like natural?
Yeah. Well, I think in part I didn't want to burn out, and so I decided to not park myself outside the room any longer.
And I agree with that.
And I would say that the more that you risk yourself within the room, the less exhausted you'll become. And so the thing is that you just got to do it. You got it started, and your patient will reward you, right? And the work will move ahead. But yeah, it's. I mean, I have the privilege of training and supervising, and these guys will attest how hard it is to. What I can say happens is moving towards attending to the self and hearing the patient within yourself. That's the first learning curve that actually comes the quickest, I would say. The part that is a work of a lifetime is, now how the hell do I say that? And how do I sustain it once it's been spoken? And that, I can only say, comes through practice and practice and practice.
And maybe also in the company of others.
And totally in the company of others.
Yeah, I think that to me is the part that was a fundamental shift, was feeling like I have other voices. Like I don't feel, like with Tammy, if it was just me, I would feel terrified in that room.
Yeah.
Terrified of lots of things,
Yeah.
about myself and about her and all of that. But I feel so much more sturdy as a person in general because I have Matt's voice and Ryan's voice. Like there's other voices that are, like your voices will be in the room on Monday when I see her. And I will feel, there's that. So I think that to me is where it feels so different from, I don't know, I mean, you've been doing this work a long time. I know it's not alone, but it feels like in our groups.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And in fact, again, with the RFBT program, these guys are in their third year, and as we're dreaming about what's next, they're trying to figure out how to go fourth year and beyond. Because what we have learned, not only they, but me, the power of a group mind. We talk about the third in psychoanalytic theory. The group supervision becomes the third. And you saw how rich, tremendously rich to me, all of these minds about this patient were, and all how those voices became, and hopefully what you really caught today, we didn't really talk about her and pathologize her, we talked about you, and about how you are being used to find your patient. And the more voices you have around that, the richer your work becomes with the patient and for yourself as well. Yeah. Anyone else? Yes.
Yeah, I'm recognizing that I'm standing, because I think I still feel the energy of the metabolization process, right? We metabolize, it gives us energy.
Yeah.
I've been finding myself every day dancing, like raising my hands, sitting down. I know that you've seen me do that a few times over here, right? And I'm terrified of the articulation part of it. That's where this model is really speaking to me, the process of articulating with a group of others. In this case, still has me frustrated. I'm, as a straight man, finding myself resonating with the women who said they're angry and frustrated by this, because I feel like we still haven't gotten to, like, there is something about male sexuality we haven't addressed, and the responsibility of the therapist, the father, the brother, the lovers. They are responsible for their own sexuality, right? I don't think dad is afraid of her body as a teenager. Dad's afraid of his own inability to prevent himself from coming with her. And we are sitting here as therapists, some of us who are male, saying, oh, I gotta do that too. How do I enter into that space and keep myself responsible for my own?
Yeah.
With this over-sexualized, hyper-sexualized female.
Yep. Thank you for that. And so now what I want to say about that is you keep that.
Yep.
That's what you're feeling. Your job now is to continue to metabolize that, right? And what I can say from my years of experience is what you just brought, and what I think you brought initially as well, supervision would turn to how do we tend to male sexuality or to queer psychology or whatever to understand this patient. The danger in that is all of a sudden now we are going to use this patient as an object to teach a particular thought or a particular feeling. But using your queerness, using your feminineness, using the frustration, it's like, why am I thinking that way? Why is this going on? What is this anger? What is this annoyance? And it's going to be a lot of our own issues for sure, but it was provoked by this patient. And so it is important that it belongs in this work with this patient. I did not have this feeling with any other patient. I had it with this one. And so all of our stuff comes to bear. But that's why I want to continue to say, keep in mind what the patient is stirring in you, and then make good use of it. And it's going to come to the very, very same thing. We seem to come back to the same issue, right?
Well, I think some of my own exhaustion from the work is like, I love the energizing part. And if I can get my articulation or my interpretation just right, I don't have to feel the terror, right? And it felt like every single person that was bringing in all this beautiful stuff, like, would still have to be on the hook for something and feel the terror. And like, everyone's starting to kind of like, oh, maybe I have the thing, you know, that's energizing, and like, and then it's like, well, articulate. It's like, oh shit, like, you know, and it's like, well, like, we gotta have both, right? And I think I get so worn out wanting the first part, and if I can do that perfectly, then maybe I don't have to touch on the second one.
All right. I want to say to all of you, thank you. My life, just as in therapy, when I get to play with my patients, being able to play with you, I feel much deeper as a human being. And I am tremendously grateful for the invitation and to be a participant in your education and life and training, and want you to be assured that you have sharpened my own training and my own mind. And I'm deeply grateful for that. I'd like to end just with a little thing about why I think we're in this business. But before we do that, let's just take a moment and be quiet and settle into our time together. And then I'll read this piece, and that will be the end of our day. Someone once asked me why we therapists do this for a living. I responded, because to us, to do anything else would not be living. For who else is granted the sacred gift of tending to another person's tattered and broken soul? Who else is called as witness to discover the depth and beauty of a person when they or others can no longer see? Who else is called to listen to all that has been left unsaid, seeking voice? Who else is called to become entangled in the story so that a new story can be written? And who else discovers their own soul when they have touched the soul of another? Why do we do this for a living? How can we not? Go in peace. Wonderful to be with you.
What? Who wrote that?
Thank you.
There are snacks and drinks in the back if anybody wants some, and we are If you need the CE credits, there's 3 things I need from you. I need your signature on the sign-in sheet. I need a course evaluation, and then I will issue your certificate.
And she'll give you an extra credit if you buy the book.
That's right.
Or something.
There it is.
Got one there, thank you. You go to the I think we know this girl.
Do we have more? Shayla, do you have more copies of the CE eval? Do you need one to make a copy?
My computer is not plugged to the network. My computer is right there. So fill out the ones that are there. Well, it's not that good enough, and then I'll actually yours. If there's like 10.
Okay.
Well, we can write it on paper.
Yeah, no, I don't want you to do all that. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. There's one left. If somebody would like it. I don't